And now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friends, I say it clear, I say my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full, I've traveled each and every byway. Oh no, not this. I didn't mind. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. And now I see it through, I saw it through without contention. To think I did all that, and may I say, not in a shy way. Oh no, not this. I didn't mind. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when I bit off more than I could chew. But through it all, when there was doubt, I ate it up, spit it out. I faced it all, and I stood tall, and didn't mind. I've loved, I've laughed and cried, I've had my fill, my share of losing. But now, as the tears subside, I find it all so amusing to think I did all that, and may I say, not in a shy way. Oh no, not this. I didn't mind. For what is a man? What has he got? If not himself, surely he has not to say the things he truly feels, and of the words of one who kneels. I faced it all, and I stood tall, and didn't mind. Oh no, not this. I didn't mind. When he was young, he played in a band. The fans all screamed his name. The fans he had were younger than he, and they all looked the same. They'd leave at the end of the third show, go home to talk of the fun. Isn't it nice, the parents would say, isn't it nice? You've got someone to idolize. He must be twice his size. I think it's great that you're going through a phase. I'm awfully glad it will all be over in a couple of days. Yeah. The calendar changed, the pages fell off, but the singer remained the same. He never grew tired of singing that song, and the fans still called his name. They'd leave at the end of the second show, go home to talk of the fun. But most of the fans were married by then, so they had to be in by one. Is the loneliest number you ever knew. Two can be as bad as one. It's the loneliest number since the number one. Isn't it nice? The husbands would say, isn't it nice? You got someone to idolize. He must be half his size. I think it's great that you still remember his name. I'm sure if he knew you were there at the show, he'd be awfully glad that you came. Yeah, yeah. The time has come, the war is said, to speak of other things. Like a fallen star who still works in a bar where yesterday is king. The fans had come for an hour, so they still remember his fame. The time has come, the war is said, to call your fans by name. I give thee all, I can no more, nor pour the offering thee. My heart and to all the store that I can give to thee. A lute whose gentle song reveals the soul of our full one. And better for a heart that feels much more than lute can tell. Though love and song may fail alas to keep life's clouds away, at least we'll make them lighter pass or gild them if they stay. And even if care at moments brings a discord o'er life's happy strain, oh, let love but gently touch the string to alone be sweet again. Oh, let love but gently touch the string to alone be sweet again. To love is sweet again, friends. How you doing? Greetings. I like my guitar, which is not tuned the best now, but what can you do when you're midstream and you can't just stop and adjust? So how you doing? Back again so soon for maybe, I suppose in one sense, it's a continuation of the last hangout where I meant to read two things. I thought it would take a half an hour. I ended up just spending the whole time on one of them, really. So I'll definitely get quickly to what I wanted to read, just a short story. But I wanted to read it, and everything becomes pertinent, right? You never know where you're going to get your next clue. One of the things I'm thinking about more and more is the questions we need to be asking. This becomes the toughest question. What question do we need to be asking? And I said this just in reply to somebody, but I'm saying it to myself as well. What questions am I looking to have answered? I did mention it the last time as well. So yeah, how you doing? Hope all is well. It's a sort of a dreary day here in Ireland. We had maybe was it about 3 days, 3 to 4 days, I guess, of amazing weather, and well, the prices paid then. There's always a big build up, and generally shortly after we get thunderstorms during the summer, but definitely deluges and downpours from from the heavens, if you want. For me, heaven is below. Heaven is below, hell is above, the cold water is beyond. Everything is reversed. That's one of the keys I think we have to learn. Everything is reversed, and who was a big proponent of reversing things? None other than Aleister Crowley, right? The most wickedest man there is. Well, the Earth is a sphere, right? The Earth is a spinning ball, right? So, we can take everything as being true, or, well, when we come to a new way of thinking about certain things, maybe we can extend that to pretty much everything, which, by the way, yeah, that sort of thinking, what I just said there, that should help you. I'm not going to say sort of weed out, but recognize the people who are playing a role within this arena. And by God, there are many, many of them. Absolutely many, many of them. But yeah, when we leave the spinning ball Earth behind, we have to be, with the rain down again, we have to be willing, absolutely willing to leave absolutely everything else behind for the sake of truth, right? For the sake of finding our way towards truth. And I'm telling you, friends, a dangerous factor in all of this is the Bible literalists. They really are. For me, the church has both sides controlled, and they always have. Science is not a breakaway from the church. Science has been, as inverted comma science, has been determined for the most part by a leading role church priests or just the church establishment has played in general, right? So when we are left then with this dichotomy, science or religion, pretty much you're still in, still under the cosh of the same center. For me, that is the church. But yeah, to help you recognize who might be playing a role, who might not be, and it's vitally important that you do recognize that. Yeah, ask yourself, who are the people who bring wholeheartedly stuff that was accepted by all of us at one time or another in the previous way of thinking from the world left behind, the world of illusion. And I mentioned the Bible literalists. I left a comment today just in one of the Nathan Oakland's chat. But for me, they've been the most dishonest for me. And, I've been having this battle now, we're going to call it that, for 4 years. I've been in Google Hangouts. But before that, in other forums, talking about flat Earth, yeah, it's the same thing. And I came to realize that, the whole thing is laid out for us. We're just following a pathway like the black sheeple that we are, the ones who would think outside the box. The pen is prepared for the black sheeple as well. And when I came into all of this way of thinking, the more I learned, the more I realized that I can't be certain of anything beforehand. Got to leave everything go. So everything in my mind was open to being flipped and turned And I mentioned Alistair Crowley there, who tells you to learn to read backwards, learn to speak backwards, learn to think backwards. If we do away with the horror mask, the most wickedest man on earth, now we can look at everything he has to present. I am not bothered myself. I looked a bit into him. I never read any of his works. Don't know anything about him. I don't know a proponent, whatever. But I realized early doors there's fucking a lot of theater going on here. I realized I've always meant to realize this as well, especially coming to 9/11, the media and victim, the symbolic hoax realization. Then your eyes are opened up to every other possibility when it comes to examining different characters or different uh, tales regarding history or historical figures. Nikola Tesla, for instance, I hold he didn't exist. It's just more storytelling. Where are moving images of the man, the most famous man of his time? You don't see any. You see a few pictures and they're all posed and they're all sort of Hollywooded, so, every character that's presented to us has to come under the microscope. And every story that's told us, every book that's given us has to be not necessarily examined in new light, but, well, necessarily examined in new light. Right? It's difficult to throw away core beliefs, things that are within you from the very earliest of times. But these are the things you have to put most attention to. And I told the genuine people out there, I regard myself as genuine. Any questions you want to ask me about anything, you can ask me away. If I tell you some things are none of your business, that's fine. But otherwise, if you have suspicions about me, that's fine. You should have suspicions about everybody. Trust no fucker, right? But I consider myself genuine, and I know that there are a lot of disingenuous is probably a good enough term. It's a good enough term. There's a deceptive role being played by not just individuals. Not, an individual doesn't play a deceptive role. You just don't take it upon yourself for the shits and giggles, like P. Mars, for instance, to just spend hours and hours of your life playing a role because it amuses you. No. These are all collective parts that are being played. And I've said it many, many times. I hold that the church, both sides are working for the same center. And where does that come back to church? Now, I have a different view on church. Church is CHURCH. When you walk into a church, it's representative of the human body. So next time you're in a church, go in and try to figure that out yourself and see the correlation and see what the most important areas of the church are and how might they compare to you. All of these, I was in a church, one of the main churches in Limerick, actually looking at it. Isn't it funny? Isn't it fucking hilarious? The building itself, it could have been put up 10 years ago, but there's a little plaque on the front talking about how it moved here, and they moved one of the stones down here for building. In what year? 1644 or something like that. So again, post 1598. I don't doubt that some things go back to that stage, right? 400 years ago. But before that, I would be then there's another story attached to where they moved it from, etc. But just that fact alone that they have, I would accept. Anything post 1598, I'm willing to, like, even though I know there's so much fabricated history as well, at least it fit in with some sort of an official history. But I was in a church, and I was just going that particular church. What's the name of it? Actually, I don't even know. It's not David Augustine. No, anyway, it doesn't matter what it is. There's a whole lot of them. But it's pretty old, and you have it's shitty. It's stupid as well. It's all fucking Jesus. All the churches should be shut down, and all of the wealth should be distributed. Well, fuck it, that doesn't even matter. But should be distributed equally among people, and we never have to work or worry again. And that'd be fair. Jews, our whole lives we've been lied to. So much has been taken from us in one massive sense. You can't get back your time. But outside of that, forgetting about that, as I was just walking around, just reading some of the stories attached to some of the saintly figures, it was all nonsense. It was clearly all nonsense. But I was looking at it then with different eyes. That every story that's crafted will contain clues for us. does. Every single story that's crafted. And yeah, certainly lots of clues around there. But next time you go into a church, just try equate it to your own form and see where you can get any matches going. Yeah, so why did I jumped onto church for a particular? Oh, right, yeah. So the whole arena is controlled, and that's what I say. It's the church is at the center. How we recognize these characters is once again they're all about flat Earth. They're all about NASA fakery and all of this sort of stuff. But when it comes to other more fundamental things, well, they cling wholeheartedly to them, and they want you to re-embrace them. Two perfect examples: Quantum Eraser is one. When he figured out that the Earth was flat, or when he came to flat Earth thinking, he was confident enough in something that he dedicated his screen name to it, Quantum Eraser. So he brought quantum mechanics, which is a tenet of modern science as is, right, in with him. Now, I think we were always meant to figure this out as well, right? Just like we were meant to figure out, John Quantum Racer did an interview with Nathan Thompson, where he showed his face, but he wasn't John Quantum Racer; he was someone else, and he was an ex-U.S. embassy official and an Air Force pilot. So he did that. He didn't need to do that. So he did that, knowing that a path would probably lead there. And I don't know if anyone else spotted it, but I heard the voice and I said, "That's fucking that's your man," straight away. Didn't it turn out when I started mentioning it around, it remained up for a while. The video remained up for a while, but then Mark Collard, not Flat Earther, he might be in the chat tonight, or if he's not, he frequents a few chats, Nathan Oakley's, etc. He found the video from the Wayback Machine, and he came down on the same side as I did. It is the same guy, Quantum Eraser. So we were always meant to follow these sort of rabbit holes, the controversy, conspiracies attached to the characters themselves. But where will he bring us back to? Well, two points: quantum mechanics and Bible literalism. That's it. That tells you so much, friends. That tells you so much. So beyond a certain point, you don't need to take John seriously. You know his limitations. And indeed, the last time I spoke with him, while I was muted, and I think I was banned from the server itself. For what? Yeah, asking difficult questions, just perfectly rational reason. I wanted to know, but I didn't mention it at the time. But here he is. He talks. Now, I'm not getting involved in characters now, but why do you talk about 9/11, man? You were in the army for 20 years. Not a dicky bird. Not a dicky bird out of 9/11. When it comes to, but yeah. So quantum mechanics came about when they killed the ether, right? So they changed the whole paradigm by killing the ether and putting everything in a completely different context. And we can't rely on any historical stories as well, so the historical timeline being accurate. No, we can't. We can't dwell on that or how it may apply to reality. We got to sort of take it with a pinch of salt at every step of the way, but keep looking out for clues. That's the whole thing. But to see through these type of characters, yeah, it's what they won't talk about over what they will continuously talk about till the cows come home. With the Bible literalists, I'm telling you this. Think about it. As far as I know, they believe that we were just created at birth. We had 80 years to figure out which side we're on, to figure out the truth versus the lie. 80 years, right? And if you succeed, then you go to heaven, right? Paradise. If you fail, you go to hell. No intermediary, with the exception of purgatory if you need a little bit longer. So, in that basis, right? On that basis, they should be the first to be talking about the legal name for the biggest enslavement of our being that there ever has been. They should be talking and screaming that from the rooftops, but none of them say anything about it. Say fuck all about it. None of them. When you come along, Dan, and this is the early days when you start dealing, as I always do, I always deal reasonably with everybody. But when you start asking particular questions, one of the areas that I'm reminded of is Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 being deemed different stories. They read like different stories, and indeed they are different stories. And I came up against Bible literalist Paula, who well-researched, perfect qualifications for the role, right? Well-researched in the Hebrew original, and how the translation loses something, or how all of these different excuses, how The Genesis 2 is more of an intimate telling of a certain aspect of Genesis 1 and all this sort of stuff, right? A load of bollocks, a load of bollocks. But the minute you continue on, I'm saying that now, I wouldn't like that then. I'm going, man, what a reflex is. What do you think about that sort of thing? And yeah, you just get shut down at every hand's turn. Again, I think it's sort of purposeful, but this is the way you can tell these people apart. They're the most closed minds you'll ever come across. So that's quite disheartening when you sort of encounter it. But it's part for the course as well. I'm just talking about my own thinking, right, as I can only ever do. But realizing that flat Earth was handed to us in a play, 9/11 media fakery was handed to us in a play, all of this stuff, we were always meant to sort of make our way along these pathways, but realizing that, yeah, one of the stipulations almost when we arrived at the door of Flat Earth is you accept the book in a literal sense, and then on you go. And what I see happening in real life is an association between Flat Earth and Bible, well, creationists, right? More specifically, but the Bible literalists, and of course, there is a creation in play, but this association is deliberately made with, well, the Bible itself. And for me, let me just, reiterate. I say the Bible is true, but just not in that solely anyway literal sense. Or those times didn't exist for me. So some literal things might have been referred to. I don't know if they were part of the previous time, but yeah, the book itself was written by the same hands that wrote the works of Shakespeare, the hidden hand, the emissary of the higher power, I guess, and in and around the same time, 1611, all languages were given to us whole cloth. In other words, they are not hodgepodge patchwork efforts over hundreds and thousands of years. No, they come pretty much pre-made, prefabricated. That's just my way of thinking. I thought like that. I have been thinking like that for the longest of times, and to this day even more so. So yeah, a different mind is needed, I guess, to sift through all of this bullshit that we're presented with. And well, I think we're well up to it. We're well capable of doing it. But it's things like this that should help you as the individual, as the honest inquirer. Weed out the what are you going to call them, the infiltrators. My best actors, agents, operatives, infiltrators, that's the sort of thing. But you have to be aware we will be deceived until the end, right? And if we look at it like some sort of a video game, yes, of course we will be, and the biggest battle will be the end battle. So I think that's in the wings, and if not underway. Lots of, as I say, I don't look at mainstream news in any way, shape, or form, really. But I know Trump. There's a lot of trouble bubbling around Trump at the minute, and also Brexit is massive. And well, another celebrity boxer came out talking about NASA fakery and flat Earth. So everything is bubbling and boiling. And the way I look at it, as I've looked at it for the longest time, there's a predate, there's a date preset. For me, everything points to this year. But in one sense, everything is out of our hands, but it's not out of our minds. So, and we're not out of our minds. So, yeah. Yeah, let me just go through the songs my way. I've sang that before. I did busking. I did a bit of busking today, actually, and made a few quid. Bumped into my secondary school teacher, physics teacher in secondary school. So from 12 years or 13 years to 18 or 17 or 18 years. So I bumped into him briefly today, and he threw me a couple of quid. So I sounded with him. But the last time I bumped into him, interesting enough story. He he was mentioning to somebody about just past pupils or something, and my name came up, right? Just as good student or whatever you want to call it. And she says, and the person he was talking to said, "Well, you don't mean that." Anyway, it turns out that she is pretty much good friends, best friends with my mother. So he said that, and then he was looking for my number, and I contacted him after about a year, sent him an email. Just, I don't mind making up, but it would have been it was an interesting encounter for me because I knew what I was going to say, but I knew some of the things I was sort of talking about. And yeah, we met up and had a couple of hours lunchtime sort of meeting, and it was grand, all perfect. But I did of course, get onto flatter and the different nature of reality than what had been presented to us by most primarily the teachers in the school, and most primarily you, Mick. But all I left him with was that, there has to be an onus on you after all of these years of teaching a certain thing and finding out that this is a possibility. And now hearing somebody to say it genuinely, I could go through anything, justify anything, really, in the flat earth sense, right? That there has to be an onus on him to, look seriously. That's all I asked him, to look seriously into flat earth anyway. And, sort of left it at that. But I hadn't seen him since then, so that's cool. He's well invested in the system. He actually left teaching and got into property, so all that worked out well for him, especially here in Limerick, where what they did was, right, a couple of maybe 3 or 4 years ago, and so many places vacant, and you had a reasonable, it was still high enough rent rate throughout, but yeah, they spread this sort of anti-racism, anti-bullying campaign. And at the same time, then we had massive influxes of foreigners, and they were all then put into all of the flats and apartments. So before you knew it, any of the local people or whatever, when they went looking for a new place, well, prices kept going on the up and up because for the most part, and look, there's no distinction between any of us here. It's not the people I was actually talking to people today. From Murabi. I think that actually. Look, it's not Murabi. Murabi. I think it's Murabi. Let me just bring up a map here. So yeah, we're all the same here. We're all the same, and they're fleeing their country because you have corruption there and all manner of hardships, which are absolutely needless. But the point being that now we have rent prices for tiniest apartments or tiniest flats through the roof. People can't afford it. It's crazy sort of stuff. But Mick, my physics teacher, was one of the persons to profit. I got in there nice and early, and well, for sure he's a millionaire over and again because of just how everything changed. So I don't like that. I said all that stuff, of course, to him, and that's not going to go down too well. But nothing I say goes down well with anybody. But I bumped into him today as I was busking. Hang on, he told me where it was now. Just want to see where it is. I meant to ask him about Mauritius, actually. Hang on. There we go. Why is it sorry here now, the screen is just, I'm trying to zoom in on it, and oh, here we go. Oh, it's tiny actually. Spell Mubana, is it? Must be Mubana. It does really say about towards the tip of south, just the sort of northeast of South Africa. Oh, so that's interesting, yeah. But he was actually, I was just talking, this guy I was talking to today, very young fellas. The minute I mentioned flat Earth possibility to him, it was like something clicked, and I guess they can relate to it in a better sense because they would have made that flight all the way from Mubani. That doesn't sound right. Suru. Okay, I'll have to go back to that anyway because Mimbatho. It could be Mimbatho. No, Mimbatho. Maputo? Okay, anyway. Yeah, they would have just been fresh enough in their memory. Would have been that long flight from north of South Africa all the way to Ireland here, and it was just like that. I think the minute it was mentioned, he said never considered it in his life before. His English was grand. It was okay. It wasn't great, like, but it was. He never considered it in his life before. And now that you think about it, and that's the same pretty much for every one of us as well, isn't it? This is how we can tell all the baller antagonists around every single, and I've often caught them out, a few simple questions to catch any of these actors out. I haven't cut them out though. Brenda, for instance, I asked, what's the best argument that you've seen put forth by a ball earther? Now, of all of the different answers, I was going to say she, Brenda's been taking a little bit of time off. Actually, his ramshackle vagina, deluxe ramshackle vagina, is been fitted at the minute, and I believe he went for one of the optional extras, which is a red herring smell. So, yeah, shout out to Brenda there. But yeah, that's their answer. To that question, the question being, what is the best argument put forth by flat Earth? Any flat Earth, and there's none. So that's all. That's the only answer they can all give. That it's none. It's all ridiculous. It's all childish. It's all retarded. Which is it screams volumes, doesn't it? Because of course we know that it's not true, and well, of course we know, or we think we are dealing with intelligent characters here. Yeah, the sheer number of nameless and faceless characters on both sides, I might add, it's unbelievable. So yeah, we needn't take you listen to everybody, but we needn't take these type of characters too seriously. We're going to get after this. No, I'm not getting the name. I don't think it's any of those names I called out, so I'll have to go back to that again. I set the map I have here is yeah, so another convincer then was he started talking about David Livingstone. I said, oh yeah, David Livingstone. He was looking to find the source of the Nile, and eventually he found it just north of South Africa. And he's a famous man in our country. And well, first of all, I said to him, maybe Livingstone, right? Living S tone, living TH. It didn't exist. And he was open to that possibility. Everyone's just been washed up in a historical lie, and it been carried like that. But yeah, then I mentioned about the Nile and how the Nile itself, and pretty much any river is a flat Earth proof, but the Nile itself, because it's so lengthy and it has such um, a small deviation from sea level throughout, is what more do you need, right? What more do you need? The game over there. It's game over back then, and well, I mean, that's flat Earth. It should already been game over since you call yourself flat Earth, right? You've already satisfied yourself that the Earth in relation to the spinning ball Earth is flat and stationary. Now, once we have made our way there. Anything else, any videos, any debates, arguments, should have just copper passing that for you. Right? So once you're certainly a flat earther, then what are the next questions you are prone to asking? This becomes, well, as I said, the most important question. So before I start reading this story I was going to read, it shouldn't take too long. I'll just go into chat and yeah, Anybody wants it Friday night here? I'm not. Yeah, I'm not about presenting anything. Not tonight, anyway. Really. So we'll see where things go. But anyone certainly want a link for a chat? Let me know, and we can make that happen. That would be interesting. Otherwise, I will just read the story I meant to read the last time, and yeah, no expectations out of it. The only I'll get on to why I'm reading it in a few minutes, but I'll go into chat and say how you doing for Gideon Seek. How you doing, Gideon? Down under, yeah, the land of Oz. So what might that mean in a flat Earth sense? Have you ever seen the Wizard of Oz map equated to the what's the guy? What's the guy? Mercator map. Yeah, the Mercator map of the North Centre. Rosette Delacroix. If you let me put that in chat actually because it's a very Rosette Delacroix makes that equation, which is the equation between the map of the terrain from Oz. So Rosette is Rosette here. 12 videos. Her channel got taken down as well, so she's sort of reloading them, and I guess updating them as she goes. So I'll just put, not to get too much into it, just put a link in chat here, Rosette. But yeah, she talks about the the map of Oz equating to 4 sections. It's divided into, just like the Mercator map of the North Centre. So if Australia isn't down under in the sense of the ball, right? What might Oz represent? Well, the emerald, hard green land beneath, I think, or beyond the north anyway. But I think beneath. I think. Well, my best thinking at the minute, right? We're in Genesis 1, which is beneath, right? And we have ventured into Genesis 2, which is above, the decapitated above. And yeah, well, that's where, down below, that's where. So actually, if you think about I haven't read the book, so we all can equate to the movie. Dorothy actually goes upwards to intersect or encounter Oz. So if everything is reversed, maybe downwards is what we should be thinking. And Oz, Australia, Australia. There's a star incorporated as well. Stars are incorporated, in so many different places. ARISTARCHUS, right? That's the decapitated tree. Yeah, nice one, proficient pirate. I will. What I'll do is I'll give you my email in the chat. Excellent, excellent. Looking forward to that because I never met you before, and you're certainly someone with an open mind. And I just want to say as well to anybody out there who might be listening, you're at your own particular, unique stage in everything. Nobody can tell you anything because even if somebody told me the truth, right, and I didn't recognize it, I would probably soon forget it. I can't relate to it in that sense. So anything that I say, it's just coming from my own particular point of view, and that's what I'm sharing. I'm not telling anybody anything, but this is what interaction does as well. It allows us to consider new thoughts and new possibilities. And well, I think ultimately that's what it's all about. Gideon, yeah, you smell a fundy, all right? Is there Irving? How you doing, Irving? And you fancy a chat as well? Maybe the 3 of us could come on, and that'd be excellent, wouldn't it? I mean, I think the only problem with StreamYard here, which is no problem at all, as far as I can see, you just have to not even download it. You just go into StreamYard, set up an account. By just all they do is just you don't even give a name or anything. You just put in an email, and they send to your email then a code, and then you just enter it next time around. Now it's like Google Hangouts. You have to give them access to your, and you might want to do that. So I don't know how that would work out. You have to give them access to your Google account. But I don't think, maybe that's not necessary as well. I don't know. I had to do that anyway because I'm doing Hangout. So in order for me to share my screen, share my pictures, etc. It's just a sort of replacement of Google. But yeah, give me about 20 minutes. I say that's all it'll take to read the short story. But it should be interesting anyway. And as I say, I meant to read it last time, didn't get around to it. So anyway, Paul Curran, how you doing, Paul? Yeah, and as I've said about these these hangouts as well, chat with people inside there. This is where open ideas can be exchanged. And look, if there's closed minds, they'll soon be spotted, I think, because lots of people in here are well seasoned at the stage. So okay, well, is there ball earthers inside? Any wrenches as well? You don't have to do it. I wouldn't get. It's a waste of energy getting involved with any of the usual suspects who are just on sock accounts. It's the same actors acting many different parts, and you know what are we going to do? You just have to recognize that. So let's focus on. Well, I think the area of focus should be on what is as opposed to what isn't. And how you doing, Arthur? I know you've certain thoughts on that. Um, you want to remain anonymous as well, which is fair enough. But I think I don't think any of us should be hiding behind anything. I mentioned the last time about very disappointing, I guess, with youth, but I shouldn't get attached in any sense. Youth is in terms of internet character, a fine character. I've never heard anything bad or foul coming out of youth. But I asked you, did you mention talk about flat Earth in real life to anybody? And not really, he said. So, I mean, that defeats the purpose then. I mean, we have to be spreading the word or the thought in real life. We have to be. I mean, I mentioned a few times today, but I didn't speak to too many people. But yeah, the two people I was speaking to, it's like I could speak to someone else about it. Anyway, people I was speaking to, they were certainly open-minded, and all you do, I'll never probably see him again. Well, actually, I might see him again, but that's fine. But if I don't, I'll still be left with a thought, you know. And ultimately, yeah, it comes back to the individual. So yeah, we got to realize when and where to put effort and energy into. And I think there's a lot we need to be thinking about. I mean, imagine at the end of the day, there was a test for us for how much we actually paid attention, right? There has to be a purpose to all of this. And as I've said many times, life is an anagram of if L. If L, if you don't know what L is, that is a few certain I say meanings, but it's a cheers, by the way. A few certain significances, anyway. If L or I fell, right? The Eiffel Tower. A rockabye baby on the treetop are told the truth when we get in there. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall. Down will come baby, cradle and all, the fall of man, right? So all interconnected. So how you doing, Arthur? But yeah, you know, it's down to the individual as well. But gotta be playing our part, don't we? I mean, many people out there have children, and you wouldn't bring this up with children. I find that horrific. I really do. I couldn't dream of lying to my child. Couldn't dream of it. I couldn't dream of it. You know, I guess no matter what the consequence, I couldn't dream of it. Even when it came to Santa or something, I never lied to him. But I never, you know, made any big deal about it. Now, I didn't want to, difficult one as well. I didn't want to put him straight in it. But I always made sure to tell him to thank his parents and or his parents, his mom and his grandparents for the gifts, you know, and big hugs and kisses and all that. So yeah, he certainly knows I'm a flat earther. I mean, what am I supposed to do when I find out about 9/11? Yeah, such a big thing, right? And what am I especially supposed to do when I find out I was wrong and 9/11 was a media hoax? Well, then I'm definitely going to tell my child. So I did in both occasions. But I actually told him the official story as well. I sat him down and said, when he was old enough, Steve, I'm doing this now. And he was sitting in my lap. And, you know, I understood it would be, what do you call it? A little bit upsetting, could be upsetting. But I showed him people jumping from the towers. I did. And I said, this is just an example of some of the horrors that can happen in life, and 9/11 was a big part of that. And this in no way, by no means represents the vast majority of people who are good of heart. So I went through that process, and I had to come along, set him down, sit down here, Steve, again. Dmitry Kalizov. This is the guy that set a fucking big nuclear bomb underneath the Twin Towers, and blah, blah. And then, of course, a month later, that's all it took me, about a month, 5 weeks. I landed where I'm at now, even though not really, because I hadn't realized the symbolic significance back then. But well, it's time to sit in my lap again, Steve. I was tricked. Dad was wrong. And yeah, what are you going to do? So I can't see how we can hide these truths from our children. How can we do that? I mean, it's unconscionable, I think, and especially in this new light. And as I was talking about earlier on with the Bible literalists, who should be the first to be screaming about the legal name fraud, absolutely screaming about it. Because remember, your destiny depends on you knowing yourself, coming to know yourself, making the right choices. And well, every time we consent to being a legal dead fiction, a dead corpse oration, that could have impact on our future destination, right? So, not that I believe any of that anyway. I don't believe we just came into being when at conception, right, or at birth. I don't believe that. I believe that we entered a new form, but we're timeless. I'm timeless, I think. I hope. So, anyway, that's a different story. Irving, how you doing, Irving? Yeah, if you're up for a chat, let me know, and I'll just quickly go through anyone else in the chat. Friday night, there's probably loads of hangouts on. Right the hand, how you doing? Right the hand. All stars go east to west. Yeah, everything rotates in unison. Everything rotates in unison, and that should be one of the base. I can understand it myself. Why it's not a basic consideration. Okay, we know there's variations throughout the year, right? Or even on a monthly basis with the moon and its variations, but on a nightly basis, everything moves in unison. When we come to flat Earth realization, um, and we realize there's no space, so there has to be something, right? Because we agree there's a reality. So what might take the place of space? For me, it was waters, right? So then understanding that everything seems to move in unison, as if there was a singular source. Then I started thinking about an earthbound singular source and the variations in this symmetry of movement caused by maybe what's going on with the source itself, what type of movements it is experiencing. So yeah, certainly the stars go east to west, and well, our next question is, what are the stars? So when I considered waters beyond, water is reflective, a reflective barrier, energy barrier, and yeah, that's what stars are. And well, there's more to stars. As I don't know if you heard me mentioning before, ARISTARCHUS. So we have star in the very center of, or we don't have star in the very center. In the very center of ARISTARCHUS is tar, T-A-R. And then you have A-R-I-S, ARISTAR, Cus, C-H-U-S. You know that Cus, for instance, is a shortened version of the name Jesus in Spanish. Cus is also C-H-U-S, C-H-us, right? So we talked about the church earlier on, C-H-U-R-C-H. So I am C-H in relation to one. You work it out. Yeah, the C is an O, right? But with a segment missing. And when you complete the C and put it next to the H, you have OH, or HO, home is homey, is where the heart is, right? So what do these letters represent? Aspects of our being. So we have three, well, I won't get too involved in that now, but some amazing thoughts regarding mirroring and just exactly what is mirrored through the heart. And I think everything below is mirrored above. In one form or another, and that's what we have to sort of unravel. But yeah, stars. What is the star? So what is the S star? That's the most important. What does the S represent? Well, the S represents the divided state. If we look at an H, if we look at it on the, actually, let me put it, let me show you. If you can see it on the curtain here, curtain. So there we have it. Let's say there's an 8, right? So here we have the S, one S, and then we have the backwards S. So do you see that? S, backwards S. This is what the S represents, the divided state. So we're divided to the heart, and everything is twisted. So the left brain through the heart down to the right side, the right genital. I was thinking about or testicles and or balls, almost like eyes. So if something is mirrored, couldn't my testicles in some way represent or be associated with my eyes? And of course, we have eyeballs as well, don't we? Within the testicles, we have the see man, and of course, with our eyes, this is what we see, right? But anyway, that's a different area. But yeah, that's what it all comes back to. What are the stars? What are the questions we need answering for oneself? You know, what are the areas you are working on to help you sort of progress? So in other words, once you get beyond this particular hurdle or get some sort of satisfactory resolution or answer to it, where are you going to move next? You know, so once again, what are the questions we need to be asking? For me, everything is going around in fucking circles for years and years and years and years. And it's just a continuation. What I think they've done with YouTube and all of these characters is just translated from the conspiracy forums, because the same characters are here in one form or another. So yeah, as I say, everything is controlled, and well, if you're not, good on you. Good on you. And no one has the power to control you. Remember that. Familiarize yourself with the legal name fraud and understand the distinction between you, the living man, and the corporate entity. You're not bound by any laws, right? You're bound by, well, laws of the heart. That's what you're bound by, to do no, but you're not to do no harm, right? But you're not bound by any of man's laws. Man, well, your country is a corporation, right? Your own legal name is a corporation. So, in order to give life to the dead things, they must get us. Consent must be gotten from us. Right? This is why when we're in school, and maybe things have changed, and hopefully things are changing, right? But when we're in school, a name is called out, and you consent to be in that name. That's completely illegal. And you know, as with anything else, if the fraud is revealed, then all contracts are null and void. Then for now, because all terms were not included in the making of the contract, right? Are made open. So, yeah. Hot topics, hot potatoes, legal name fraud, 9/11 media and victim fakery, and trannies is another. You notice all the people who've made it onto television, they're all part of the suspect crew. You know, we can sort of deal in probabilities to some degree when it comes to examining who's who and what's what. After a certain point, the probability that there's nothing going on here, there's nothing to see here, diminishes exponentially. So it's all of the same characters. When you look into what they're talking about, it's all rehashing, regurgitating the same issues over and over again, and re-engaging the other side, right, the border antagonists. When it comes to any pertinent, we know the earth is flat, right? You know you're pissing up against the wind when you're dealing continuously with, for the most part, faceless and nameless characters. How stupid is that? But yeah, when none of these people are talking about trannyhood, all things tranny, right? Yeah, legal name fraud, 9/11 media victim hoax, something wrong, you know. And what are you going to do? What are you going to do? You got to recognize this. There's another conference coming up it's pretty soon, actually, maybe today or tomorrow even, in Amsterdam. So another pay-per-view affair, and you have all the usual suspects involved, all of them. So it's a coordinated effort. And if you dare to come along and talk about, say, any of the things I talk about there, you're soon ostracized. I think the other day, Nathan Oakley called me mad, so I just put a comment in chat. Earth is, and I hold this as true. Earth is only flat and stationary in relation to the spinning ball, right? That's all, only in relation to the spinning ball. Now, when it comes to deciding what Earth actually is, well, I say that it can't be said to be flat and stationary because Earth is something else entirely. Earth is like an engine. So by just taking out a little washer out of the engine and saying, well, the engine is flat and stationary, or it's circular or whatever, well, this won't do, right? So yeah, for me, Earth with a capital E is not, it can't be said to be flat or stationary. Something earthbound is moving to give us all the skylines. So it's a part of Earth. So something is moving within the Earth, and yeah, stationary or sorry, flat. Well, or the top that's flat, but Earth is flat and capital E in the same way. A tree stump of a recently felled tree is flat, only in one particular sense. So the flatness just describes the top of it. So that's where I was coming from that. So he, 10th man, which is X man, right? 10 is X, or 10 is also IO, X man, out of ridicule, read out that comment when I wrote it and looked for ridicule. And the only answer Nathan will give back is, well, he's mad. PJ is mad. So that's fine. No worries. I don't want to talk about characters here anyway, but yeah, the point being that, well, Flat Earth is just the beginning, and you have the vast majority of these characters just stuck on keeping you stuck there. And, well, should you not evolve beyond that? But I think it's down to you. And in just reiterate as well, Nathan Oakley is a massive fucking clue giver. If you're paying attention, it's like Mark Sargent. The clues, man, he didn't cover anything new. Pretty interesting at the time, but he didn't cover anything new at all. And he sort of introduced a lot of fairy tale-ish sort of stuff. You know what I mean? Perfect man for the job of game player or game designer, etc. Game player all his life. Yeah, yeah. It's only when you delve deeper, when you look in different places with what's offered, can you find the real clue. So it's the same with Nathan Oakley, and especially in terms of some of the screenshots he puts up. Some of them are very, very revealing. But yeah, once again, everybody's at a different sort of state of thinking, and well, the best you can do is to evaluate your own thinking. That's all you can do at this stage. Oh, the chat sort of cuts off here, so I should probably bring up the YouTube chat. So yeah, we covered all this before anyway, but it's important now as ever. We got to realize who's tricking us or who isn't, right? And we were told we will be deceived until the end. So here we go. Let me just see if the sound is coming. Okay. We got to realize who's tricking us. Yeah, the sound is coming through. So I sang My Way at the start. Second song I sang. Okay, that'll do. Yeah, second song I sang. Excellent song. One, or Mr. Richland's favorite song, Richland, R-I-C-H, right? C-H-L-A-N-D, land. I've been looking into the word land and why it is chosen to represent what it does, and especially when it comes to countries as well. So that's very interesting. We have the L in there, and ultimately everything will come back to the letters and the numbers and what they represent. Once we see this equation between our own being and the earth, this is why earth and heart are anagrammatical, or ether as well, earth, heart, ether, all connecting the external with the internal. That's why Jesus is the Son, but it's also you, right? It's also, it's neither one nor the other, it's both. And that's what we've got to sort of come to entertain. It's mad stuff, isn't it? It's absolutely mad, crazy stuff. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? So, Admiral Manny, how you doing? You're the last guy come in. So before any wrenches or anything needed, any troublemakers, let me know if you fancy one. I did Spanish chicken. I do read the chat, but so yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to read this story, and then I'll come into chat. If you fancy coming on for a chat Spanish chicken, it would be a pleasure. But I don't think you will. Yeah, Gideon. Yes, we live on a flat surface. Absolutely. I mean, well, we don't. I mean, when you say flat surface, when I think of a flat surface, I'm talking in terms of water. So water, the biggest variation in water levels earthwide from level is the highest variation between high and low tide. Now, regarding ground and land levels, of course, we can have much variation, but in relation to the overall span of the Earth, yeah, it can be said to be flat and stationary. But where does that take us? I don't think that flat Earth is a psyop. Remember, it absolutely is a psyop because you're encouraged to just get stuck there. And if you can't paint a picture of your home, then you're stuck where I'm not going to say they wanted you to be. I think there's always this. You're always being egged on to make your way through the obstacle course. But yeah, if you can't paint some sort of a picture of your home at this stage, I don't know. I don't know what to say to you. It's not good. It's not good. If you did a degree course, 4 years, you'd have more to show for it, wouldn't you, than just saying something that Earth is flat and stationary, but yet you can't draw your child some sort of a picture. That becomes a difficulty as well. And all of these difficulties were, of course, understood from the outset, from the get-go. So, yeah. How you doing, John C. Oddity? And yeah, you've no mic, you've no mic or no camera, Spanish chicken. All right, I heard that one before. That's okay though. Okay, concave is still going well. I explained to you my position, Paul, and Earth is flat, concave, and convex. It just depends on which way you look at it. But it's not for me. It's not concave in the way that it is represented by Lord Stephen Christ, or whoever he sort of elaborated. I can't remember the name now. The guy he elaborated upon his ideas. But yeah, as I said, Australia is not. It's I can't go with it no matter what. It's going to take some sort of divine intervention to show me that Australia is above my head as opposed to being below my head. I can't go there. That is a stumbling block, right? And I have looked into Lord Stephen Christ's model, and I've spoken to Stephen and asked him a few difficult questions, which I don't think he answered very satisfactorily. So yeah, I have a completely different model in mind, and at the end of the day, does it matter? How much does it matter to get? It doesn't. No, if it really mattered that much for me to try and put a model together, absolutely could do it. Right? I have all of the different clue pieces. I think puzzle pieces put together. Or sorry, they're at my disposal, right? But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. It's we know what isn't, right? So that means that the whole system is brought down anyway. Whatever is, it's more of a sort of a personal endeavor or a personal enterprise. That's what I think. One of these days, I'll get around to fucking, and it all pivots around two things, right? The Oculus mosaic. Well, a few more than two things, right? But the Oculus mosaic is one, and that's to be found in Chambers of the Heart, right? Chambers Street subway station beneath the WTC in New York of 9/11 fame, and that's one, and that's the jigs. Let me bring it up actually. See, this is what happens when I go into chat Spanish chicken, and generally then you just mention something in passing, and I'll fucking waffle away about it for an hour and a half. And by the time we get back to chat, then, you know, it seems like I'm never going to chat. So, but as I said, let me just bring this up briefly. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, can you see that? There's the Oculus mosaic now. Oh, get the fuck up. I didn't, sorry, get the fuck out of it. I didn't even see the, sorry, I can't highlight it now, but if you notice at the top, it says 99B, Oculus Floor, Whole Opt. So that's the title of the picture itself. That's amazing. 99. Just thinking about 99 earlier on before I started here. Think about 9/11. 9 times 11 is 99. But what's the significance of 9 in relation to, say, 10, right? Or 99 in relation to 100? So that's pretty significant. I never realized 99B was associated with the Oculus mosaic, but this is the Oculus mosaic, and this is what I'd be using as the centerpiece. It's in one sense the easiest jigsaw puzzle you've ever done, because it's only what, one, two, three, four, five, 6, 7 pieces. You could say eight in the center here. So the 8 fucking pieces, but it's the most fiendish one as well, because you need certain keys. And I've talked about this before. One of the keys being, when you look at this here, you're going to say this is, look, they give us such a high quality effort as well, I think on purpose. You say this is, well, yeah, obviously that's Antarctica, right? But it's not. This is Antarctica around here, because we live in a flat Earth, right? This is Antarctica. It's sort of an ice surround. You see what the red is here? This is where the barrier meets the waters beyond. So this is the extremities, right? This is the no go beyond point. It's just waters beyond them. So yeah, this is the ice wall here, and then we have the Tropic of Capricorn, Tropic of Cancer, sorry, Tropic of Capricorn, Equator, Cancer, Arctic Circle, and then the inner barrier inside here, and then at the very center, something as I talked, well, we have the all-seeing eye, but yeah, something else as well. Yeah, that's interesting. I should have been talking about eyeballs a few minutes ago, wasn't I? But we have the Oculus mosaic. But yeah, so in the flat Earth sense, this is not Antarctica. So what is it? Well, it's the frozen over Arctic Ocean. So we're told that the Arctic ice has melted now. Well, that's one of the keys. And well, Dodo is a massive key as well, and especially the latest version of the Dodo by someone called Julian, for the Julian calendar, right? Pendar, as in Arthur Pendragon, Hume, as in H, U, and me. So that would be another key that would be needed to piece these continental masses together. Now, I take it that all of these continents and land masses are all accurately scaled in relation to one another and in relation to all of these confines as well. So, yeah, but that's the road I would be taking. But at the end of the day, why haven't you done that, Pete? I'm lazy. Something I'm a lazy bollocks. I sort of am as well, but yeah, it doesn't seem too important, because it's not the end of the story. It's not the story. As I said, everything comes back to us ourselves. So Yeah, that's definitely significant. And, considering where it's placed, where it's found, and I found that in the flat earth, and because I came across it before I was a flat earther, um, in some thread or other, just something to do with 9/11, and this thing pops up. So it's only when I came to flat earth then and found out about the dodo and what it represents that flashed back into my mind. And well, yeah, they heard this on the floor of Chambers Street subway station beneath the WTC Center and Chambers Street, Chambers of the Heart. So we are divided in four, male from female and self from self. Everything has to go through the heart. So they would be some of the, and I've talked about that before as well, openly, and it's easy enough for anybody to do as well. And it's as I say, one of the easiest jigsaw pieces you'll ever do, but you need a dodo to complete it. And most people certainly have no idea about the dodo bird. What they generally think about is the same as what I thought about. Yeah, it was just some dumb bird who um, didn't have the sense to run away from from the hunter that was man. And when we look into the story of the dodo, of course, we're told that it evolved or stayed as it was, actually, stayed in its form for millions of years, or undisturbed, in harmony, living in harmony with its natural environment until man came along and suddenly, well, the world turned. Um, okay, so I'll let you just have a ponder of that for a minute or two. I'll just go to the toilet for a second and see what, and then I'll get straight to reading then. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed the short story, and then we're up for a chat. Definitely. Okay. I was just thinking. I put in the description there. Aristarchus equals Christ's aura, right? So yeah, Jesus represents the divided state of man, the Son of Man. But what is the Son? S-U-N. We think about the United Nations and their flat Earth map, right? UN. UN United, right? This is the AV, the combination of opposites. And when we have the sun, then the divided state, there we have S-U-N, sun, right? So sun is not natural. Sun is unnatural. And this is what Jesus is I don't want to get mixed up in the literal. It's not a literal thing, right? It's a symbolic thing. But yeah, I was thinking Jesus Christ Superstar. We all heard that, and the tune that ran through my head from childhood days was Jesus Christ Superstar. He walks like a woman and he wears a bra. Jesus was a tranny. Jesus was the original dodo. Jesus is the dodo. That's exactly what the dodo represents. The dodo came into being with the decapitation of the tree of life, Aristarchus, and we are promised reunification with the tree of life in Revelations 22. AJ, who I blocked, but AJ tells me that Aristarchus isn't the tree of life. Jesus is the tree of life. Oh, great, because that makes sense to me. It makes great sense to me. So on that note, let me continue with let me start with the reading. So I'll tell you what it is. No big deal, but it's just, I have a video here, look, on Jupiter and Saturn, and I'm waiting to look at it and put it to the end now. I'm just going to put it to the end because it will take up, I'm going to look at that shortly, but it was that in mind. And as I read about Stanley Kubrick the last time, in the movie, right, the monolith was located on Jupiter, but in the book, it was its origins or its source was Saturn. And the reason why they said that they changed it was because Saturn was too complex. If they couldn't get the rings of Saturn to look sort of realistic, and of course, it's a whole load of nonsense. And also considering that the book and the movie were sort of went hand in hand. One was written as the other one was being made, but Stanley Kubrick had more sort of aces up his sleeve. So he was in charge, and he was sort of guiding and leading Arthur C. Clarke. And well, as Aristarchus is an anagram of Christ's aura, it's also an anagram of C. Arthur as is. You might say that's just reaching or something, but you can say what you like. So anyway, yeah, that reminded me then of a certain story by Voltaire. Now, I started to read Candide very early doors, and I got through a few chapters. So hopefully, some of you finish it off yourself. But this is a much more manageable sort of short story, and indeed, Jupiter and Saturn are sort of central to it. So I thought that was an interesting just memory of mine brought to bear. So I said I will do a bit of reading, and here we go. The book is called, or it's not a book, it's a short story. It's called Micromegas, Philosophical History by Voltaire. I don't need to read the prequel here, but maybe I should. Just the publisher's preface to see. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's just the Gutenberg Press. As I have on screen, you can just bring it up yourself if you want to read along, but you have the lyrics here, or the words here. So let me just take it from the start. So that's the only reason I'm reading it. And yeah, I'm not going to sort of maybe comment too much. I'll just let it stew, and we'll see how it fits into further investigations. I will say that characters like Voltaire, they may or may not have existed historically. I tend to think not. And what I just mentioned about Candide. Candide took a trip and found himself in a place called El Dorado, the city of gold. Gold is signified by AU. Aristarchus is Christ's aura, right? Or Christ's AURA, Christ's gold sun. And I remember having thought that fucking hell, the name El Dorado, the city of gold itself, um, uh, could have been invented or concocted in tribute to the dodo itself. And if you remember the dodoism, the number one dodoism has to be and had to be, and it was by I thought of it, and well, I think other people thought of it as well, maybe independently, but I thought of it and I noted it myself. But it had to be El Dodo Ra Dodo, right? It has to be number one. But yeah, I was thinking, and I still do think that yeah, this is all a pointer towards the dodo itself and its greatest significance. Why is it Jesus is the dodo? I don't mean that lightly. Anyway, Michael Jackson is the dodo. Paul McCartney is the dodo. And Tom York is the dodo as well. So anyway, that's all it is. It's just a short story by Voltaire that I remembered having read, and in relation to Jupiter and Saturn, I'm trying to come to some sort of explanation regarding what the planets are in my worldview. What I just, as I've said it before, what I think is happening is the sun is projecting the moon and the planets. So the sun is the prime projector of these within the greater outer projection of the main body of stars, which everything ultimately goes back to. So for me, the sun is the prime reflection of Polaris, right? And Polaris, then, which everything revolves around, is the prime reflection of Aristarchus as it emanates in its broken form from, or decapitated, castrated form from the North Center. So that's my general view on what the planets are. So the moon is a reflection of the sun, and everything else then is just a reflection of that reflection of everything else, and everything moves in this sort of pirouetting sort of motion. And actually, someone who I know I should bring it up now, but again, I'll just get waylaid. But someone who would be loaded with clues regarding all of this is Simon Shack, because he has put the Earth at the center and has everything built around that. But not the problem is one of the problems is it is a sphere, but he has it as a stationary sphere. So he's just sort of a middle ground, a middleman, as I call lots of these different character actors. But certainly lots would be there to learn from his excellent work. And I haven't gone near the place in a long time. I used to be a member of the forum there, interacting on a regular basis. And indeed, it is an excellent resource. There's no doubting that. And there we have the SS as well, Simon Shack, SS. And as I mentioned many times, when you get into the deeper levels of 9/11 inquiry, you're left with three possibilities: the Judy Wood, Dmitry Kalizov. So Wood and Kalizov, Wood and Dmitry are intimately connected because they have different explanations, both perfectly qualified, for what we're seeing regarding the visuals. Simon Shack then is the other option, which is that all of the visuals are fabricated, so none of them can be trusted. And Simon Shack SS Mass MASS is AMSS. I was thinking about Jesus, I is SUS, and I mentioned, SOS in relation to SUS, and I just thought about it earlier on. Boss, the word boss, right, is BOSS. So it matters where the letters go because it's telling a story. The position, the relation between the letters, give it a certain order and a certain telling. So anyway, that's why I'm going to read this, and it shouldn't take too long. Maybe 20 minutes. That's all. 15 minutes. So let's go. I'm doing this for myself, but who knows where you're going to learn your next clue. So the publisher's preface. Voltaire's lengthy correspondence did not contain anything that might indicate the period in which Micromegas was published, so under timeless effort. Or the engraved title of the edition that I believe to be the original displays no date. Abbot Troublet, in his biography of Fontenelle, does not hesitate to say that Micromegas is directed against Fontenelle, does not speak of the date of the publication. I've therefore retained that given by the Kell edition 1752. However, there is an edition carrying the date of 1700. Is this date authentic? I would not make this claim, far from it. I have therefore followed the Kell editions issued by this morning as an imitation of Gulliver's Travels. It contains many allusions. The dwarf Saturn is Mr. Fontenelle. Despite his gentleness, his carefulness, his philosophy, all of which should endear him to Mr. Voltaire, he's linked with the enemies of this great man and appears to share, if not in their hate, at least in their preemptive censures. He was deeply hurt by the role he played in this novel, and perhaps even more so due to the justness, though severe, of the critique. The strong praise given elsewhere in the novel only lends more weight to the rebukes. The words that end this work do not soften the wounds, and the good that is said of the Secretary of the Academy of Paris does not console Mr. Fontenelle for the ridicule that is permitted to befall the one at the Academy of Saturn. The notes without signature and those indicated by letters are written by Voltaire. The notes signed with the K have been written by the Kell publishers, Mr. Condorcet and Mr. Descroix. It is impossible to rigorously distinguish between the additions made by these two. The additions that I've given to the notes of Voltaire or to the notes of the Kell publishers are separated by from the others by a dash and are, as they are mine, signed by the initials of my name. And this is Beauchamp, October 4th, 1824. Yeah. Is it 11 o'clock already? Shit. I didn't realize it was that late. Can't be 11 o'clock already, man. That means I'm on for that means I'm on for an hour and a half. That's mad. Where's that time gone, man? That time is gone. Anyway. Shit, I thought it was just coming up to 10 o'clock. Anyway, let's continue. So if you haven't read this or heard it, enjoy it. So here we go. Micromegas. Philosophical history. Chapter 1. Voyage of an inhabitant of the Sirius star to the planet Saturn. Now, straight away, Sirius has an absolutely massive role to play in 9/11. And I've talked about this before. When the first tower, which was second tower to be hit, fell first. When viewed to the archway in Washington Park in New York, if you could turn off the light, turn off the sun, and then Sirius would have been located directly above the first tower that fell. 25 minutes later, the second tower fell, and once again, viewed to the archway, which has a very great significance, which brings us back to Paris, the Arc de Triomphe in Paris, and Paris was mentioned earlier on, Polaris, Paris, ARISTARCHUS, right? So Sirius was seen just above the second tower that fell before it fell, and when viewed through the Washington Arch. So absolutely Sirius has a massive role to play. And if we just look at the word Sirius itself, S-I-R-I-N-U-R-S, S-I-R-I-N-U-R-S, right, is the sword, the S word. So I-S, right, we're in a divided state, that's what the S represents. And us itself, right, U-S as well. So, this is equating the divided states of us. So SIRIUS. If we just read the word, that's what it tells you. SIRI and URS, right? So anyway, I'll try not to interject too much. One of the planets that orbits the star named Sirius, on one of the planets that orbits the star named Sirius, there lived a spirited young man who had the honor of meeting on the last voyage he made to our little anthill. He was called Micromegas, a fitting name for anyone so great. He was 8 leagues tall, or 24,000 geometric paces of 5 feet each. Yeah, interesting numbers. 24 or 888 is the number of Jesus. So one here is just from micros, or small, and from megas, large. So micromegas is combining the little and the large. From the macro to the micro. Certain geometers, always of use to the public, will immediately take up their pens and will find that since Mr. Micromegas inhabited the country of Sirius, is 24,000 paces tall, which is equivalent to 120,000 feet, and since we citizens of the Earth are hardly 5 feet tall, and our sphere 9,000 leagues around, they will find, I say, that it is absolutely necessary that the sphere has that produced him was 21,600,000 times greater in circumference than our little Earth. Nothing in nature is simpler or more orderly. Sovereign states of Germany or Italy, which one can traverse in a half an hour compared to the empires of Turkey, Moscow, and China, are only feeble reflections of the prodigious differences that nature has placed in all beings. So isn't it interesting, right? So this just another tick in the box that Voltaire mightn't have existed is given, because I mean, there's even controversy regarding, and this is documented as well, regarding the teaching of the heretical globe Earth theory going back 100 years. So not to mind 300 years ago, which is the date set. I mean, not 300, maybe 253 or 300 years ago, the date set on when this was penned. So immediately, yeah, it's like what Shakespeare is, the biggest pusher, the biggest promoter of the spinning ball, absolutely throughout his works. And well, absolutely certain Shakespeare didn't exist. We're led down. That's the official sort of conspiracy. But yeah, I'm absolutely certain that none of the other characters existed as well. Francis Bacon, Philip Marlowe, any of the other minds credited with the works of Shakespeare. So it's old theatre, friend. That's where I'm at anyway. But yeah, to see the sphere so officially stamped here by such a giant as Voltaire, yeah, that brings a lot of doubt to my mind. So anyway, let's continue. Do I need to read this? This is how the text reads in the. Oh no, I don't need to read these little. Okay. His Excellency's size being as great as I have said, all our sculptors and all our painters will agree without protest that his belt would have been 50,000 feet around, which gives him very good proportions. His nose taking up 1/3 of his attractive face, and his attractive face taking up 1/7 of his attractive body. It must be admitted that the nose of the Syrian is 6,333 feet plus a fraction, which is manifest. So interesting numbers. As for his mind, it is one of the most cultured that we have. He knows many things. He invented some of them. He was not even 250 years old when he studied, as is customary, at the most celebrated colleges of his planet, where he managed to figure out by pure willpower more than 50 of Euclid's propositions. That makes 18 more than Blaise Pascal, who, after having figured out 32 while screwing around, according to his sister's reports, later became a fairly mediocre geometer and a very bad metaphysician. Towards his 450th year, near the end of his infancy, he dissected many small insects no more than 100 feet in diameter, which would evade ordinary microscopes. He wrote a very curious book about this, and it gave him some income. The mufti of his country, an extremely ignorant worrywart, found some suspicion, rash, disagreeable, and heretical propositions in the book, smelled heresy, and pursued it vigorously. It was a matter of finding out whether the substantial form of fleas of Sirius were of the same nature as those of the snails. Micromegas gave a spirited defense. He brought in some women to testify in his favor. The trial lasted 220 years. Finally, the Mufti had the book condemned by jurisconsults who had not read it, and the author was ordered not to appear in court for 800 years. He was thereby dealt. I guess this is handy in some sort of reference into the satire and some of the figures that Voltaire is aiming his satire on or at. Well, assuming that he exists as in the official stories are all true, but let's continue anyway. I won't read the intermediate parts there. He was thereby dealt the minor affliction of being banished from a court that consisted of nothing but harassment and pettiness. He wrote an amusing song at the expense of the Mufti, which the latter hardly noticed, and he took to voyaging from planet to planet in order to develop his heart and mind, as the saying goes. Those that travel only by stagecoach or sedan will probably be surprised to learn of the carriage of this vessel, for we, on our little pile of mud, can only conceive of that to which we are accustomed. Our voyager was very familiar with the laws of gravity, here we go again, and with all of the other attractive and repulsive forces. He utilized them so well that, whether with the help of a ray of sunlight or some comet, he jumped from globe to globe like a bird vaulting itself from branch to branch. He quickly spanned the Milky Way, and I'm obliged to report that he never saw, throughout the stars it is made up of, the beautiful Empyrean sky that the Vicar Derham boasts of having at the end of his telescope. I do not claim that Mr. Derham has poor eyesight, God forbid, but Micromegas was on sight, which makes him a reliable witness, and I do not want to contradict anybody. Micromegas, after having toured around, arrived at the planet Saturn. As accustomed as he was to seeing new things, he could not, upon seeing the smallest of the planet and its inhabitants, stop himself from smiling with the superiority that occasionally escapes the wisest of us. For in the end, Saturn is hardly 9 times bigger than the Earth, and the citizens of this country are dwarves no more than 1,000 fathoms tall, are somewhere around there. He and his men poked fun at them at first, like Italian musicians laughing at the music of Lully when he comes to France, but as the Syrian had a good heart, he understood very quickly that a thinking being is not necessarily ridiculous just because he is only 6,000 feet tall. He got to know the Saturnians after their shock wore off. He built a strong friendship with the secretary of the Academy of Saturn, a spirited man who had not invented anything, to tell the truth, but who understood the inventions of others very well, and who wrote some passable verses and carried out some complicated calculations. I will report here, for the reader's satisfaction, a singular conversation that Micromegas had with the secretary one day. So you can see, it's only 3 or 4 minute chapters, so we should be through this in no time. Chapter 2, conversation between the inhabitants of Sirius and that of Saturn. After His Excellency laid down to rest, the secretary approached him. You have to admit, said Micromegas, that nature is extremely varied. Yes, said the Saturnian, nature is like a flower bed wherein the flowers, said the other, leave off at flower beds. The secretary began again. Nature is like an assembly of blonde and brown-haired girls whose jewels. What am I supposed to do with your brown-haired girls, said the other. Then she is like a gallery of paintings whose features, certainly not, said the voyager. I say again that nature is like nature. Why bother looking for comparisons? To please you, replied the secretary. I do not want to be pleased, answered the voyager. I want to be taught. Tell me how many senses the men in your planet have. We have only 72, said the academic. We always complain about it. Our imagination surpasses our needs. We find that with our 72 senses, our ring, our 5 moons, we are too restricted. And in spite of all of our curiosity and the fairly large number of passions that result from our 72 senses, we have plenty of time to get bored. So just to note, 72 names for God, and the Jews apparently can say all names except one. So if anyone knows that name that they can say, please put it in chat, because I don't remember it at this point, but I think it was Jimbo from Canada who informed me of that. Okay, so 72 again, another factor of 8, 9 times 8. So yeah, 8 is pretty central to this. Let's see how many more times 8 pops up. I believe it said micromegas. For on our planet, we have almost 1,000 senses, and yet we still have a kind of vague feeling, a sort of worry that warns us that there are even more perfect beings. I have traveled a bit, and I have seen mortals that surpass us, some far superior, but I have not seen any that desire only what they truly need, and who need only what they indulge in. Maybe someday I will happen upon a country that lacks nothing, but so far no one has given me any word of a place like that. Thomas More's Utopia rings a bell there. Thomas More was the author of My Heart and Lute, which we led to from Alice's encounter with the White Knight, from Alice through the looking glass, through the mirror. Right? Okay. The Saturnian and the Syrian proceeded to wear themselves out in speculating, but after a lot of very ingenious and very dubious reasoning, it was necessary to return to the facts. How long do you live? Said the Syrian. Oh, for a very short time, replied the small man from Saturn. Same with us, said the Syrian. We always complain about it. It must be a universal law of nature. Alas, we only lived through 500 revolutions about the sun, said the Saturnian. This translates to about 15,000 years by our standards. You can see yourself that this is to die almost at the moment one is born. Our existence is a point, our lifespan an instant, our planet an atom. Hardly do we begin to learn a little when death arrives, before we get any experience. As for me, I do not dare make any plans. I see myself as a drop of water in an immense ocean. I'm ashamed, most of all before you, of how ridiculously I figure in this world. Micromegas replied, if you were not a philosopher, I would fear burdening you by telling you that our lifespan is 700 times longer than yours, but you know very well when it is necessary to return your body to the elements and reanimate nature in another form, which we call death. And this moment of metamorphosis comes, to have lived in eternity or to have lived a day amounts to precisely the same thing. Yeah. Well, yeah, life is but a dream. We live from moment to moment and carry our memories with us. I've been to countries where they live 1,000 times longer than we do, and they also die. But people everywhere have the good sense to know their role and to think the author, to thank the author of nature. He has scattered across this universe a profusion of varieties with a kind of admirable uniformity. For example, all the thinking beings are different, and all resemble one another in the gift of thought and desire. Matter is extended everywhere, but has different properties in each planet. How many diverse properties do you count in yours? If you mean those properties, said the Saturnian, without which we believe that the planet could not subsist as it is, we count 300 of them, like extension, impenetrability, mobility, gravity, divisibility, and the rest. Apparently, said the Voyager, this small number suffices for what the Creator had in store for your dwelling. I admire his wisdom in everything. I see differences everywhere, but also proportion. Your planet is small, your inhabitants are as well. You have few sensations, your matter has few properties. All this is the work of Providence. What color is your sun upon examination? A very yellowish white, said the Saturnian. When we divide one of its rays, we find that it contains 7 colors. Our sun strains at red, said the Syrian, and we have 39 primary colors. There is no one sun among those that I have gotten close to that resembles it, just as there is no one face among you that is identical to the other. After numerous questions of this nature, he learned how many essentially different substances are found in Saturn. He learned that there were only about 30, like God, space, matter, the being with extension and sense, the beings with extension that sense and think, the thinking beings that have no extension, those that are penetrable, those that are not, and the rest. The Syrian, whose home contained 300, and who had discovered 3,000 of them in voyages, prodigiously surprised the philosopher Saturn. Finally, after having told each other a little of what they knew and a lot of what they did not know, after having reasoned over the course of a revolution around the sun, they resolved to go on a small philosophical voyage together. Chapter 3: Voyage of the Two Inhabitants of Sirius and Saturn. Our two philosophers were just ready to take off into Saturn's atmosphere with a very nice provision of mathematical instruments when the ruler of Saturn, who had heard news of the departure, came in tears to remonstrate. She was a pretty, petite brunette who was only 660 fathoms tall, but who compensated for this small size with many other charms. Cruelty, she said, after resisting you for 1,500 years, just when I was beginning to come around, when I'd spend hardly 100 years in your arms, you leave me to go on a voyage with a giant from another world. Oh, you're go! I could put on. I could do a bit of an act now, but look, go! You're only curious. Oh, you'll never be in love. I will do that now. If you were a true Saturnian, you would be faithful. Where are you running off to? What do you want? Our 5 moons are less earned than you. Our ring less inconsistent. It's over. We'll never, never love anyone ever again. The philosopher embraced her, cried with her. Philosopher that he was, and the woman, after swooning, went off to console herself with the help of one of the dandies of the county. Our two explorers left all the same. They alighted first on the ring, which they found to be fairly flat, as conjectured by the illustrious inhabitants of our little sphere. For there they went easily from moon to moon. The comet passed by the last. They flew onto it with their servants and their instruments. When they had traveled about 150 million leagues, they met with the satellites of Jupiter. They stopped at Jupiter and staying for a week, during which time they learned some very wonderful secrets that would have been forthcoming in print if not for the Inquisition, which found some of the propositions to be a little harsh. But I have read the manuscript in the library of the illustrious Archbishop, and who, with a generosity of goodness that is impossible to praise, allowed me to see his books. I promised him a long article in the first edition of More Airy, and I will not forget his children, who gave such a great hope of perpetuating the race of their illustrious father. But let us now return to our travelers. Upon leaving Jupiter, they traversed a space of around 100 million leagues and approached the planet Mars, which, as we know, is 5 times smaller than our own. They swung by 2 moons that cater to this planet, but have escaped the notice of our astronomers. I know very well that Father Castell will write, perhaps even agreeably enough, against the existence of those 2 moons, but I rely on those who reason by analogy. These good philosophers know how unlikely it would be for Mars, so far from the sun, to have gotten by with less than 2 moons. Whatever the case may be, our explorers found it so small that they feared not being able to land on it, and they passed it like 2 travelers disdainful of a bad village cabaret, pressing on toward the neighboring city. But the Syrian and his companion soon regretted it. They traveled a long time without finding anything. Finally, they perceived a small candle. It was Earth. This was a pitiful sight to those who had just left Jupiter. Nevertheless, from fear of further regret, they resolved to touch down. Carried by the tail of the comet and finding an aurora borealis at the ready, they started towards it and arrived at Earth on the northern coast of the Baltic Sea, July 5th, 1537, New Style. So you can see the chapters are short enough. So chapter 4, what happened on planet Earth? And you can see all the reinforcement as well, can't you? So back in those days, let's just take it that everything is as is written. These sort of short stories would have appeared in periodicals or newspapers. So if the Globe Lie was well underway, it's stories like this which would have reinforced it, within the imagination of the reader. So chapter 4, what happened? So it's interesting. I'm very interested so far. Absolutely, myself. I'll read this again myself. I haven't read it. And I mean, you have to read everything 3 times, right? Just first to familiarize yourself with with the words and sort of get through the stop-startedness of the reading, and the second then just to smooth that all out, and then the third to actually consider what you're actually reading more in depth anyway. What happened on planet Earth, Chapter 4. After resting for some time, they ate 2 mountains for lunch, which their crew fixed up pretty nicely. Then they decided to get to know the small country they were in. Went first from north to south, the usual stride of the Syrian and his crew was around 30,000 feet. The dwarf from Saturn, who clocked in at no more than 1,000 fathoms, trailed behind, breathing heavily. He had to make 12 steps each time the other took a stride. Imagine, if it is all right to make such a comparison, a very small lapdog following a captain of the guards of the Prussian king. Remove this here. Since our strangers moved very rapidly, they circumnavigated the globe in 36 hours. The sun, in truth, or rather the earth, making a similar voyage in a day. But you have to imagine that the going is much easier when one turns on one's axis instead of walking on one's feet. So there they were, back where they started, after having seen the nearly imperceptible pond we call the Mediterranean, and the other little pool that under the name ocean encircles the molehill. Dwarf never got in over his knees, and the other hardly wet his heels. On their way, they did all they could to see whether the planet was inhabited or not. They crouched, lay down, felt around everywhere, but their eyes and their hands were not proportionate to the little beings that crawled here. They could not feel in the least any sensation that might lead them to suspect that we and our associates, the other inhabitants of this planet, have the honor of existing. The dwarf, who was a bit nasty sometimes, decided straight away that the planet was uninhabited. His first reason was that he had not seen anyone. Micromegas politely indicated this logic was rather flawed, for, said he, you do not see with your little eyes certain stars of the 50th magnitude that I can perceive very distinctly. Do you conclude that these stars do not exist? But, said the dwarf, I felt around a lot. But, answered the other, you have pretty weak senses. But, replied the dwarf, this planet is poorly constructed, it is so irregular, and has such a ridiculous shape. Everything that here seems to be in chaos. You see, these little rivulets, none of which run in a straight line, these pools of water that are neither round, nor square, nor oval, nor regular by any measure, all these little pointy specks scattered across the earth at rate of my feet. This was reference to mountains. Look at its shape again. How it is flat at the poles, how it clumsily revolves around the sun in a way that necessarily eliminates the climates of the poles. To tell the truth, I don't know why a question mark is in here. So anyway, to tell the truth, it really makes me think it is uninhabited is that it seems that no one of good sense would want to stay. Well, said Micromegas, maybe the inhabitants of this planet are not of good sense, but in the end, it looks like this may be for a reason. Everything appears irregular to you here, you say, because everything on Saturn and Jupiter is drawn in straight lines. This might be the reason that you are a bit puzzled. Have I not told you that I've continually noticed variety in my travels? The Saturnian responded to all of these points. The dispute might never have finished if it were not for Micromegas, who, getting worked up, had the good luck to break the thread of his diamond necklace. The diamonds fell where they were pretty little carats of fairly irregular size, of which the largest weighed 400 pounds and the smallest 50. The dwarf recaptured some of them. Bending down for better luck, he perceived these diamonds were cut with the help of an excellent microscope. So he took out a small microscope of 160 feet in diameter and put it up to his eye, and Micromegas took up one of 2005 feet in diameter. They were excellent, but neither of them could see anything right away and had to adjust them. Finally, the Saturnian saw something elusive that moved in the shallow waters of the Baltic Sea. It was a whale. He carefully picked it up with his little finger and resting it on a nail of his thumb, showed it to the Syrian, who began laughing for a second time at the ludicrously small scale of things on our planet. The Saturnian, persuaded that our world was inhabited, figured very quickly that it was inhabited by only whales, and as he was very good at reasoning, he was determined to infer the origin and evolution of such a small atom, whether it had ideas, a will, liberty. Micromegas was confused. He examined the animal very patiently and found no reason to believe that a soul was lodged in it. The two voyagers were therefore inclined to believe that there is no spirit in our home when, with the help of the microscope, they perceived something as large as a whale floating in the Baltic Sea. We know that a flock of philosophers was at this time returning from the Arctic Circle, where they had made some observations which no one had dared make up to them. Oh, isn't it interesting? The Arctic Circle, right up and around, up and around Oz, or the entrance to Oz. The Gazettes claim that their best. Did I put Rosette Delacroix's link in the chat? I'm sure I did. But yeah, the reason I put that in as well, in one of her videos, she goes through the connection or the similarities between the map of Oz and Mercator's map of the North Central. So anyway, the Gazettes claimed that their vessel ran aground on the coast of Bothnia, and that they were having a lot of difficulty setting things straight, but the world never shows its cards. I want to tell you how it really happened, artlessly and without bias, which is no small thing for an historian. Chapter 5, Experiments and Reasonings of the Two Voyagers. Micromegas slowly reached his hand towards the place where the object had appeared, extended two fingers, and withdrew them for fear of being mistaken, then opened and closed them, and skillfully seized the vessel that carried these fellows, putting it on his fingernail without pressing it too hard for fear of crushing it. Here is a very different animal from the first, said the dwarf from Saturn. The Syrian put the so-called animal in the palm of his hand. The passengers and crew, who believed themselves to have been lifted up by a hurricane and who thought that they were on some sort of a boulder, scurried around. The sailors took the barrels of wine, threw them overboard into Micromegas' hand, and followed after. The geometers took their quadrants, their sextants, two Lapland girls, and descended onto the Syrian's fingers. They made so much fuss that he finally felt something move, tickling his fingers. It was a steel-tipped baton that pressed into his index finger. He judged by this tickling that it had been ejected from some small animal that he was holding, but he did not suspect anything else at first. The microscope, which could barely distinguish a whale from a boat, could not capture anything as elusive as a man. I do not claim to outrage anyone's vanity, but I'm obliged to ask that important men make an observation here. Taking the size of a man to be about 5 feet, the figure we strike on Earth is like that struck by an animal of about 600,000 the height of a flea on a ball 5 feet around. Imagine something that can hold the Earth in its hands and which has organs in proportion to hers, and it may very well be that there are such things. Conceive, I beg you, what these things would think of the battles that allow a vanquisher to take a village only to lose it after. I do not doubt that if ever some captain of some troop of imposing grenadiers read this work, he would increase the size of the hats of his troop by at least 2 imposing feet. But I warn him that it will have been done in vain, that he and his will never grow any larger than infinitely small. What marvelous skill it must have taken for our philosopher from Sirius to perceive the atoms I have just spoken of. When Leeuwenhoek and Hartsoeker tinkered with the first, or thought they saw the grains that make us up, they did not by any means make such an astonishing discovery. What pleasure Micromegas felt at seeing these little machines move, at examining all of their scurrying, at following them in their enterprise. How he cried out. With what joy he placed one of the microscopes in the hands of his traveling companions. I see them, they said at the same time. Look how they're carrying loads, stooping, getting up again. They spoke like that, hands trembling from the pleasure of seeing such new objects and from fear of losing them. The Saturnian, passing from the excess of incredulity to an excess of credulity, thought he saw them mating. Ah, he said, I've caught nature in the act. But he was fooled by appearances, which happens only too often, whether one is using a microscope or not. Chapter 6. What happened to them among men? Micromegas, a much better observer than his dwarf, clearly saw that the atoms were speaking to each other and pointed this out to his companion, who, ashamed of being mistaken about them reproducing, did not want to believe that such a species could communicate. He had the gift of language as well as the Syrian. He could not hear the atoms talk, and he supposed that they did not speak. Moreover, he could not, how could these impossibly small beings have vocal organs, and what would they have to say? To speak, one must think, more or less, but if they think, they must therefore have the equivalent of a soul. But to attribute the equivalent of a soul to this species seemed absurd to him. But, said the Syrian, you believed right away that they made love. Do you not? Do you believe that one can make love without thinking and without uttering one word, or at least without making oneself heard? You suppose as well that it is more difficult to produce an argument than an infant. Both appear to be great mysteries to me. Do not dare believe or deny it, said the dwarf. I have no more opinions. We must try to examine these insects and reason after. And is very well said, echoed Micromegas, and he briskly took out a pair of scissors with which he cut his fingernails, and from the parings of his thumbnail he improvised a kind of speaking trumpet, like a vast funnel, and put the end up to his ear. The circumference of the funnel enveloped the vessel and the entire crew. The weakest voice entered into the circular fibers of the nails in such a way, thanks to his industriousness, the philosopher could hear the drone of one's insects below perfectly. In a small number of hours, he was able to distinguish words and finally to understand French. The dwarf managed to do the same, though with more difficulty. The voyagers' surprise redoubled each second. They heard the mites speak fairly intelligently. This performance of nature's seemed inexplicable to them. You may well believe that the Syrian and the dwarf burned with impatience to converse with the atoms. The dwarf feared that his thunderous voice and assuredly Micromegas would deafen the mites without being understood. They had to diminish its force. They placed toothpicks in their mouths, whose tapered ends fell around the ship. The Syrian put the dwarf on his knees and the ship with its crew on a fingernail. He lowered his head and spoke softly. Finally, relying on these precautions and many others, he began his speech like so. Invisible insects, that the hand of the Creator is called to spring up in the abyss of the infinitely small, I thank him for allowing me to uncover these seemingly impenetrable secrets. Perhaps those at my court would not deign to give you audience, but I mistrust no one, and I offer you my protection. If anyone had ever been surprised, it was the people who heard these words. They could not figure out where they were coming from. The chaplain of the vessel recited the exorcism prayer. The sailors swore, and the philosophers of the vessel constructed systems. But no matter what system they came up with, they could not figure out who was talking. The dwarf from Saturn, who had a softer voice than Micromegas, told them in a few words what species they were dealing with. He told them about the voyage from Saturn, brought them up to speed on what Mr. Micromegas was, and after lamenting how small they were, asked them if they had always been in this miserable state, so near nothingness, what they were doing on a globe that appeared to belong to whales, whether they were happy, if they reproduced, if they had a soul, and 100 other questions of this nature. A reasoner among the troops, more daring than the others and shocked that someone might doubt his soul, observed the interlocutor. Interlocutor. So observed the interlocutor with sight veins pointed at a quarter circle from two different stations. A third spoke thusly. You believe then, sir, that because you are 1,000 fathoms tall from head to toe, that you are 1,000 fathoms, cried the dwarf. Good heavens, how could he know my height? 1,000 fathoms? Cannot mistake him for a flea. This atom just measured me. He's a surveyor. He's Jesse Kozlowski. He's a surveyor. He knows my size, and I can only see him through a microscope. I still don't know he's. Yes, I measure you, said the physician, and I will measure your large companion as well. The proposition was accepted. His Excellency lay down flat, or were he to stay upright, his head would have been among the clouds. Our philosopher planted a great shaft on him in a place that Dr. Swift would have named, but that I will refrain myself from calling by its name out of respect for the lady. Next, by a series of triangles linked together, they concluded that what they saw was in effect a young man of 120,000 feet. So Micromegas delivered these words: I see more than ever that one must not judge anything by its apparent signs. O God, you who have given intelligence a substance that appear contemptible. The infinitely small cost you as little as the infinitely large. And if it is possible, there are such small beings as this, there may just as well be a spirit bigger than those of the superb animals I have seen in the heavens, whose feet alone would cover this planet. One of the philosophers responded that he could certainly imagine that there are intelligent beings much smaller than man. He recounted not every fabulous thing Virgil said about bees, but what Swammerdam discovered and what Reynmuir has anatomized. He explained finally that there are animals that are to bees what bees are to man, what the Syrian himself was for the vast animal he spoke of, and what these larger animals are to other substances before which they looked like atoms. Little by little, the conversation became interesting, and Micromegas spoke thusly. Chapter 7, Conversation with the Men. Oh, intelligent atoms, in which the eternal being desired to make manifest his skill and his power, you must, no doubt, taste pure joys of your planet, for having so little matter and appearing to be entirely spirit, you must live out your life thinking and loving, the veritable life of the mind. Nowhere have I seen true bliss, but it is here, without any doubt. At this, all the philosophers shook their heads, and one of them, more frank than the others, avowed that if one accepts a small number of inhabitants held in poor regard, all the rest are an assembly of mad, vicious, and wretched people. We have more substance than is necessary, he said, to do evil if evil comes from substance, and too much spirit if evil comes from spirit. Did you know, for example, that as I am speaking with you, there are 100,000 madmen of our species wearing hats, killing 100,000 animals wearing turbans or being massacred by them, and that we have used almost all the surface of the earth for this purpose since time immemorial. The Syrian shuddered and asked the reason for these horrible quarrels between such puny animals. It is a matter, said the philosopher, of some piles of mud as big as your heel. It is not that any of these millions of men that slit each other's throats care about this pile of mud. It is only a matter of determining if it should belong to a certain man who we call Sultan, or to another who we call, for whatever reason, Czar. Neither one has ever seen nor will ever see the little piece of earth, and almost none of these animals that mutually kill themselves have ever seen the animal for which they kill. Oh, cruel fate! cried the cried the Syrian with indignation. Who could conceive of this excess of maniacal rage? It makes me want to take 3 steps and crush this whole anthill of ridiculous assassins. Do not waste your time, someone responded. They are working towards ruin quickly enough. Know that after 10 years, only 100 of these scoundrels will be here. Know that even if they have not drawn swords, hunger, fatigue, or intemperance will overtake them. Furthermore, it is not they that should be punished. It is those sedentary barbarians who, from the depths of their offices, order, while they are digesting their last meal, the massacre of millions of men, and who subsequently give solemn thanks to God. The voyager was moved with pity for the small human race, where he was discovering such surprising contrasts. Since you are among the smaller number of wise men, he told these sirs, and since apparently you do not kill anyone for money, tell me, I beg you, what occupies your time? We dissect fleas, said the philosopher. We measure lines, we gather figures, we agree with each other on 2 or 3 points that we do not understand. He suddenly took the Syrian and the Saturnian's fancy to question these thinking atoms to learn what it was they agreed on. What do you measure, said the Saturnian, from the dog star to the great star of the Gemini? They responded all at once. 32.5 degrees. What do you measure from here to the moon? 60 radii of the earth. How much does your air weigh? He thought he had caught them, but they all told him that air weighed around 900 times less than an identical volume of the purest water, and 19,000 times less than a gold ducat. The little dwarf from Saturn, surprised at their responses, were tempted to accuse of witchcraft the same people he had refused the soul 15 minutes earlier. Finally, Micromegas said to them, since you know what is exterior to you so well, you must know what is interior even better. Tell me what your soul is, and how you form ideas. The philosophers spoke all at once as before, but they were of different views. The oldest cited Aristotle, another pronounced the name of Descartes, this one here, Malebranche, another Leibniz, another Locke, an old peripatetic. I don't know the peripatetic. An old peripatetic spoke up with confidence. The soul is an entelechy, and a reason gives it the power to be what it is. This is what Aristotle declares, page 66 or 633 of the Louvre edition. He cited the passage. Here's the passage, such as it. Sorry, do I need to read? Okay. Here's the passage, such as it is transcribed in the edition dated 1850. Okay. The passage of Aristotle on the soul, book 2, chapter 2, is translated thusly by Casaubon. Anima quadam perfecto et actus ac ratio et quad potentiam habet ut egismoti sit me. Okay, I don't know why I read that out. Anyway, I don't understand Greek very well, said the giant. Neither do I, said the philosophical wight. Why then, the Syrian retorted, are you citing some man named Aristotle in the Greek? Because, replied the savant, one should always cite what one does not understand at all in the language one understands the least. The Cartesian took the floor and said, the soul is a pure spirit that has received in the belly of its mother all metaphysical ideas, and which, leaving this place, is obliged to go to school and to learn all over again what it already knew and will not know again. It is not worth the trouble, replied the animal with the height of 8 leagues, for your soul to be so knowledgeable in its mother's stomach, only to be so ignorant when you have hair on your chin. What do you understand by the mind? You'll be asking me, said the reasoner. I have no idea. We say that it is not matter, but do you at least know what matter is? Certainly, replied the man. For example, this stone is grey, has such and such a form, has 3 dimensions, is heavy and divisible. Well, said the Syrian, this thing that appears to you to be divisible, heavy and grey, will you tell me what it is? You see some attributes, but behind those, are you familiar with that? No, said the other. So you do not know what matter is. Well, I tell you what matter is. All matter is a decayed form of the original crystalline. So that's my answer. So Micromegas, addressing another sage, to be held on a thumb, asked what his soul was and what it did. Nothing at all, said the Malebranchist philosopher. God does everything for me. I see everything in him. I do everything in him. It is he who does everything that I get mixed up in. It would be just as well not to exist, retorted the sage of Sirius. And you, my friend, he said to a Leibnizian who was there, what is your soul? It is, answered the Leibnizian, the hand of a clock that tells the time while my body rings out, or if you like, it is my soul that rings out while my body tells the time, or my soul is the mirror of the universe and my body is the border of the mirror. All that is clear. A small partisan of Locke was nearby, and when he was finally given the floor, "I do not know," said he, "how I think, but I know that I've only ever thought through my senses, that there are immaterial, intelligent substances I do not doubt, but that it is impossible for God to communicate thought to matter, I doubt very much. I revere the eternal power. It is not my place to limit it. I affirm nothing and content myself with believing that many more things are possible than one would think." The animal from Sirius smiled. He did not find this the least bit sage, while the dwarf from Saturn would have kissed the sectarian of Locke were it not for the extreme disproportion. But there was, unfortunately, a little animalcule in the square hat who interrupted all the other animalcule philosophers. He said that he knew the secret and that everything would be found in the Summa of Saint Thomas. He looked at the he looked the two celestial inhabitants up and down. He argued with their people, their worlds, their suns, their stars, had all been made uniquely for mankind. At this speech, our two voyagers nearly fell over with that inextinguishable laughter which, according to Homer, is shared with the gods. Their shoulders and their stomachs heaved up and down, and in these convulsions the vessel that the Syrian had on his nail fell into one of Saturnian's trouser pockets. These two good men searched for it for a long time, found it finally, and tidied it up neatly. The Syrian resumed his discussion with the little mites. He spoke to them with great kindness, although in the depths of his heart he was a little angry that the infinitely small had an almost infinitely great pride. He promised to make them a beautiful philosophical book, written very small for their usage, and said that in this book they would see the point of everything. Indeed, he gave them this book before leaving. It was taken to the Academy of Science in Paris, but when the ancient secretary opened it, he saw nothing but blank pages. "Ah," he said, "I suspected enough." That was brief. I was expecting a couple more chapters, but there you go. That's the end of it. That's the end of that. What do you think of that? I genuinely thought there was a couple more chapters, but that's only was it 6 chapters, 7 chapters? Yep, 7 chapters. Not bad at all. Yeah, I'm glad I read that. I should go over that again myself, but very interesting. And interesting to think of in a couple of ways. Of course, the globe has to be sold, right? And the greater universe, as it was understood or conceived at the time, had to be sold. So it's all of these type short stories and efforts which did the same job, I guess, as the likes of, I don't know, National Geographic or some of the NASA offerings do today. They fuel the imagination, and yeah, very interesting. So as I said, the only reason I read that because I read it years and years ago, and I was happy to reread it because it occurred to me in relation to Saturn and Jupiter and Sirius. I'd forgotten about Sirius as well, and I've spoken much about Sirius, and even Sirius has a role to play in my own life, just from a couple of things that happened, right? And everything for a reason. So yeah, I'm not sure what you made of that. I hope the reading wasn't too atrocious. And yeah, everything is relative. Everything is relative. We're all just as big as we're small. Okay, I'm just gonna put on a little bit of music. and just take a little break, and then I'll get into chat. And yeah, if you're looking to come on, give me a shout. I know flat accord music doesn't mind, and I did look at your video today. Flat accord music from the zoo, and listen to the song. Very good, man. Very good. Right, so I'm going to play this and just have a little break. I'm sure the bird said arsehole, arsehole. Very nice, Fam. Thank you very much. Fam is a flat chord music, flat earther, and I like Fam. I like his music as well. Just saw a giraffe at the end, so you can vouch for the existence of giraffes. Someone over in Pancho Pete's channel was trying to tell me giraffes didn't exist. I'm going bad. Whatever about uh, great white sharks. Pete reckons great white sharks never exist or don't exist, and anything we've seen is just CGI or animatronics or something like that. So whatever about that, I've never seen them myself. I'm pretty sure I've seen a giraffe in Dublin Zoo. Pretty sure I have, but maybe not. I've definitely seen one somewhere, and definitely noticed people have pictures. So fam, it's just after proving the giraffes exist. So I wonder what happened to Pancho Pete, by the way. He just upped and vanished like a fart in the wind, literally. So I wonder, was his chain pulled? I wonder. I never liked Pete's association with Antonio Subrats. Subrats also went to see him when he was in the hospital, supposedly. So I don't know what's going on. I really don't. Um, yeah, so let's get back to business, whatever business is. Business is just on a Friday night, Saturday morning here, just chatting. And I think myself, when I come on and do these hangouts, I don't prepare anything. So I sort of feel um, that I should, I guess, but I did at the start. At this stage, yeah, it's hard to be specific because I know if I was to prepare something that I wanted to focus on, no one else would be interested. Pretty much no one else would be, so that would be sort of pointless. But yeah, if you're, I'll go straight to the end at the bottom of the chat here, and I'll go to the main YouTube channel. And look, if you want to come on for a chat, that'd be cool. Just say so now, and I'll shoot you straight off the link. So sorry for that delay. The story, I think it took about a half an hour, but then maybe it took a bit longer. But I'm glad I read it anyway, and I'll read it again. I'll read that a couple more times, not before the night is out, but well, of course, we're brought back. So yeah, well, my initial impressions, I was just thinking, is it doesn't matter on what scale we think of, the same applies to everyone. It's just how you interpret your reality which will determine any differences. But the basic questions asked by Micro Megas were in relation to the material, in relation to the mind, and in relation to the soul. And well, of course, these are ongoing questions, and well, we can definitely vouch for two of the three, right? The mind and the body, the material, the skin. We're wrapped in skin in SK. I think today that man is Am-N, right? And Christmas is Xmas, X-Am-S. So we are all born in sin. Sin is in S or INS. So this divided state is constantly being sort of reinforced. And well, I guess once we come to understand that this divided state is in play, then we can make ground, I guess, on answering some of those basic questions. What is the material? What is the mental? What is the mind? And do we have a soul? If so, where is the soul? Isn't it interesting that we have souls to our feet as well? Is this related, unrelated? I actually think it's related. Our feet touch the ground. Soul is you sol. Where the sun is in the sky, right? 93 million miles away. 93 is 93 or 999. We talked about 9/11. When you multiply 9 by 11, you get 99. So what's 9 in relation to 10? What's 99 in relation to 100? What's 999 in relation to 1000? But yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? So as I now accept the source of the sun is earthbound beneath our feet. So having the soles of your feet so-called, you might say arbitrary. The ballers will say arbitrary, right? Yeah, that's the link I posted last time, which was calcified lies, and I'm sort of glad that he doesn't seem to have been active since I last went there, which is sort of glad in a sense. That's 2014, but definitely recommend this to everyone. And if you didn't see the link last time, the reason I still have it up here is because I have to go through it again myself. But this whole effort here is coming from a man who has made his way through 9/11 literal interpretation through the symbolic, and has gone on to connect other pieces, other seemingly disparate clues, and combine them all together. So let me just go back to the main page. Okay. Oh, good. All the chat is coming up here. Oh, okay. I must have pressed a button or something. There's the skeleton key here, which is called calcified lies. Oh, maybe not. Hang on. John Ciabati's chat is up there. Take no shit either. So I don't know why that was left up there. Let me show another comment. I'll show my own comment. Actually, I can put. Oh, hang on. No, I didn't mean to click that. No, hang on. I got to go into. Okay, yeah, I see. Okay. I got to start it. Okay, I don't want to start it. Let me hang on. Let me just do this. I'll stop sharing and. Okay, I got to take that comment off screen. So let me put up the comment that I put in there, which is this one. Yeah, so you can see the link on screen here. And yeah, definitely recommend it. Go through it all. Everything connects, and it's just about you putting pieces together if you have the questions to ask in the first place. And there's nothing new under Aristarchus. Everything that we're coming to realize is already known. Already known, you know. Others have walked this path, and what makes your contribution unique and inimitable is, well, your very self, your very material body, your immaterial mind, and your ethereal soul, bringing your experience together and sharing. I guess that's how we're all here, right? We're sharing, we're all learning from one another, from interactions, from honest inquiry, hopefully. Well, you can only speak for yourself. So anyway, yeah, if you're in chat, I'm sorry, PP or Irving, if you were putting aside some time about an hour ago when I said it, a bit more than that. So if you're in chat now and you fancy a chat, it'd be cool. Excellent. Definitely like to get some different inputs and some different points of view on things, and it could lead to some interesting conversations. Definitely, definitely. It's not easy here talking to yourself and looking at yourself. Um, so many different ways you could go. So I'll just say, how you doing, Nixa? Um, Spirit of Longthorn, how you doing, bud? You can afford a Carling, Tom, the euro, well, euro 15 a can, but it's not even that. I mean, go back a few years ago, and Carling used to be a top drink. You know, one of the chief advertisers, chief selling drinks in Ireland, and now tastes have changed. I had a can of, or a few cans of Heineken last, I like them, man. It's sort of watery, watered down stuff. So Carling is grand with me, and the price is fine as well. It's got 4 cans tonight. So what are you going to do? It's a Friday night, right? Well, excuse me. 1 euro is even less than a pound 19. It's a euro 19, Tom. But that's fine. That's fine. It's nice. It's of all the beers I drink, Carling is grand. I don't even drink that much, but as I said, Heineken, which is an international seller, it's just watery stuff. Watery. I don't know if it's a piss in a derogatory way because my piss is better. That's a question for you, actually. A question for myself. So I have 4 cans now, which is better for me. Ultimately, the cans themselves are drinking the beer or drinking the urine that comes from the beer. I know the answers to that. The urine, drinking the urine that comes from the beer, because your body sort of purifies it in a sense when it was coming in. But I still won't have a glass of urine tomorrow now because I know it'll be sort of contaminated, you know. But yeah. Are you in Ireland, John? Tell me that, John C. Oddity. Are you in Ireland? I think you are, man. And I didn't like what you said last night about your own family, like, and maybe I came in the wrong way, but I didn't. You know, certain things we keep to ourselves, no matter what you're thinking. There's no one. And if I'm wrong, I'm sorry if I picked up the wrong end. I don't think I did, but if I did, yeah, whatever our own personal interrelationships are, no one outside here knows anything about them. So we shouldn't denigrate anybody close to us in any way, I think. You know, even if it's justified, it doesn't serve any purpose, right? So, actually, lovely spirit. Have a can. Enjoy it. What are you drinking? Definitely not Carling, right? That's too cheap for you. Probably Carlsberg or something. Probably. But no, I doubt your Carlsberg, man. But what is the kind of choice these days? As I said last week, I had Budweiser. I used to drink Harp. That's the same now compared to this diluted piss water. Whereas the grand taste of this, and did I drink it? I think I drank it when I was a young fella. So university days and Smithwick's or Harp, or not Harp, Smithwick's or Carling, or the it's grand. It's like a beefy sort of beefiness to it, you know. Whereas I wouldn't be surprised as well, but all of these beers, um, that they just don't fucking have vats and vats full of water. I'm probably sure it's not happening like that, but I wouldn't be surprised if I found out it was happening. There's vats and vats of water and just dump in cement bags full of compound or something and mix the shit out of it, and then out comes beer, you know. But someone told me, I can't remember. Yeah, but it showed you, right? It just showed you that he was doing some sort of a tour. Someone was telling him that he was doing a tour of the Guinness brewery or the Murphy's brewery or something like that. And they were just being shown around the vats where they had just taken out the Guinness ready to distribute, you know. And he went over and he stuck his head right in, and he said what he smelled nearly knocked him. He said it was the worst smell he ever smelled in his whole life. I think he was from a farming background. He smelled some pretty bad fucking stuff. So it just shows you what we're putting into our system. And of course, like alcohol and tobacco, they're too much dangerous drugs. If you want to call them drugs, what does the word mean? What the words mean anymore? Well, they're too legal ones, right? So I'm glad I never even you wouldn't think it from looking at my hangouts. Every time I come on, I have a can in my hand. But no, I was never a big drinker, and I don't mind having a few cans. And that'll do it. Then after a certain point, you don't need it. It doesn't do anything, and you just end up with a sore fucking head. Well, you only end up with a sore head in the morning if you forget to drink water, because actually, when your body absorb processes some of this stuff, after a certain point, you just keep going to the jacks, right? You keep going to the toilet. So what your body is doing, as far as I'm concerned, is trying to fucking flush out this invader that's not doing it any good whatsoever. So what happens is over the course of the night, you end up urinating out more than what you're taking in. And generally, by the end of the night, you're half sozzled. You just go to bed, and then you wake up with a hangover. When all it is you're just dehydrated. You're just severely, relatively dehydrated. And yeah, what would take care of that absolutely is a pint glass of water or 2 pint glasses of water just before you go to bed. You grand them in the morning. That's all it is. So I don't drink. Do you drink, Tom? Do you drink? I don't drink vodka. I don't. I don't. I'm not that I'm averse. I could drink anything, but no, it wouldn't be my drink of choice. No, no, and nor any spirit really. I'm happy with a few cans. I have of course, I have. But that's grand as well. I mean, a bag of weed would last me a week. I mean, where are you looking to get? It's always like that as well. Um, where are you looking to get? But isn't that funny? Isn't that an interesting story that, worst smell your man ever smelled? So that just shows you what we're putting into our system. And sure, we all feel good. I mean, I reckon if every man woke up with a can of beer by the bed and you just knocked it back before you met the day, I said certainly for the first few hours anyway, for the first half morning, or first morning, you'd meet the day differently, slightly different frame of mind. And well, yeah, ultimately, it's all getting back to a frame of mind. I'm not actually talking about. I'm not too pushed on drink or weed even anymore. And same with food. Everything bodily, sex doesn't have the same allure to it. The times are changing. I wonder is anyone else feeling the same? And I know other people are experiencing sort of not just mental changes, but physiological changes and reporting on them as well. So yeah, a sober life is the best life, and I must do it myself actually. And I sort of tried to do it a few times, but I was only on a narrow road, so I stuck my head out for a few minutes, taking a few seconds, and then it just becomes too sort of can't drive from this position. So next time I go on the main road, just sticking your head out for 30 seconds, a minute, right? Just count it. There's a clear road, 60 miles an hour, 50, 60 miles an hour, stick your head out and just get the greatest high there is. Let me show you the picture of myself. Okay, so this proves it's the greatest high that there is. I've done it myself. It's the greatest high there is. You're just invigorated by breathing in deeply, and it's just it's consistent. So you make it last to about 40, 50, 60 seconds or something like that, and then stick your head in. That's the best natural high you'll ever experience in your life. You'll be completely in the moment. Let me show you. Let me show you a picture, which isn't quite representative of what I've been saying, but it's funny as fuck. Let me. Hang on, I'm gonna share it. Okay, let me just. I know I don't need to go through these precautions now by moving the screen off to the side. Here we go, yeah. It's my Steve, so just if you put your pictures here. But I'll find the one now. There's my Steve, in case you haven't seen him. That's a few years ago now. So Steve had you can see well, it's fine there because it's like it doesn't show up too bad, but he always had trouble with his left eye, and in the early days, um, it was down to a cataract, right? But they misdiagnosed it or didn't diagnose it at all here. And we were just left where having Steve to wear fucking patches and he could barely see anything. So that was a big factor in his childhood. But in the meantime, he's lost all vision in his left eye. So he is just as his dad has one leg. Steve is down to looking out through one eye. But I was in Galway. When was that? About 2013. That's my Steve. But here's the picture I'm going to show you here. Here we go. That's Steve's mom there, Sarah. Here we go. So this is if you're in the British Isles, you recognize it straight away. This is Father Ted's house. So it's where it's filmed. I mentioned this before. I have the picture there somewhere. But in at the background here, right? It's the Burren. This is an area called the Burren in County Clare. So it's sort of close to the Atlantic coastline. But you have a sort of a landscape there, and one of the pictures from NASA. Uh, I think it was an official picture, a NASA rover on Mars, and I said to myself, "Hang on." I actually saw the comparison made to rover on Mars on one side of the screen, and then the split screen was landscape in Ireland. But they weren't more specific than that. And I said, hang on, I fucking recognize that. And I actually drove it. I think I drove it with Steve, or if not on a different occasion, but it's the other side of this mountain. And I've actually had um, a side by side as well, which definitively made it so NASA faked their Mars imagery or over whatever they did, whatever computer graphics didn't necessarily have to go to the burn, but where they chose to put it, um, that's exactly just behind Father Ted's house. Maybe it's a joke thrown in there. I don't know, but yeah, that's beside the point. That's Steve there, Father Ted. So that's so we got in the car. We came up here, took a few pictures, and then Steve stood up on the passenger seat and stuck his head up through the sunroof. So that's a bit. There we go. There's me. There's me in the same place. Uh, and then, so Steve, he stuck his head up to the sunroof, and we were going down a Boreen, I say, about 30 miles an hour. And Steve comes in. I said, "How you doing, Steve?" He said, "I'm good." That's the best high ever, bud. It took me ages. It took me ages and loads of spit to get his hair to go back down. And even after I got it back down, he said he had so much fun. Can he go up there again? I said, "Off we go." So natural highs, friends, they're the best one. But if you haven't done that in your own car, uh, definitely give it a go. You can't be pulled over for being high. They're going to test you for. Well, he is quite a lot of air in his system, more than the normal amount allowed. So that's hilarious. Um, yeah, but I mean, yeah. See, I have to go back now to. I don't want to have to keep. So in order to keep the messages coming up, you have to do something. So I just don't want the same message up there. So I'll have to just look into it a little bit deeper. All right. Proficient Pirate, how you doing, bud? You're back. It took longer than you thought. Well, of course, what I had in mind took longer than what I thought as well. So if you fancy a chat, just let me know in what do you call it here, and I'll put in my I'll give you my email. I'll give my email out, and I can share the link. Now, as I said, the only thing is you might need StreamYard. Would you need StreamYard? I think you would. Like it's like a Google Hangout. You have to have Google Hangouts, right? But we can try it anyway. And if it doesn't work, you don't need to take down, not even download StreamYard because you're not downloading anything. You're just basically creating an account via your email. They don't even ask for a name, anything like that. But they do ask for, I think, well, for me anyway, they asked for access to my Gmail account, which is fine because I'm sharing my images, just as you saw there. So CGI Steve, right? CGI Steve. Um, yeah. So let me know there. I'm keeping an eye on chat, and if you want to chat, I'll send you the link immediately. Um, yeah, yeah. So it's interesting. I mean, as I mentioned just there, man. When we break the word man down, we have n. All right, man. Okay, Pete. PP. Let me. I'm gonna have to. You're gonna have to send me an email, and there's my email there. funnymason@gmail.com. And let me bring that up as well. That's an interesting how I came by that name, Fonny Mason. It turns out Fonny Mason is a criminal, a well-known criminal here in Limerick. I had no idea. The only reason I chose that because one of my friends, Barry, always was talking about this Fonny Mason. I thought it was like a joke name, you know what I mean? And well, he was more informed than I was. So it's not a joke name at all. But when I was looking to create another account from, I think I had a Yahoo account. First of all, it was just something that came into my brain. What are you going to call the so Fonny Mason? But if you type in Fonny Mason, you'll find he's I don't know him from Adam. I don't know anything about him. I didn't even know he was in existence. But yeah, he's a well-known sort of criminal character in Limerick here. But that's interesting. Now, someone else, Mark Taylor, was telling me there's another famous Limerick character called Dodo something or other. So I haven't looked into that yet. But yeah, there's my email, PP. And look, as I said, actually, let me open up my. Oh, hang on. I have to stop sharing now, and I'll go to my email account. Also get the link. So I think when you join, right, I have to sort of clear you. So let me find the. Oh shit! I looked. Okay, hang on. Nothing happening there. I'm just looking for a prompt where it says invite. What link would I send you? Actually, I'm just wondering what link. It was just a tap link, I think, wouldn't it? Oh, hang on, I have the invite button down here. Okay. All right, that's all it is. Yeah. So okay, I have the link here. So, oh, nice one, bud. Yeah, excellent. PP, you don't have to download StreamYard. So all you have to do is just go into StreamYard, and they'll ask you for an email, and then they'll send you a verification number. Then you just type it in. So as I say, they, like Google, they'll want access to your Gmail account. So I mean, you might be wary of that, but let me reply to you and say, right, hey man, most welcome. And this will be an interesting conversation now, PP. I'll just post you the link here. Excellent. So that message is sent, and well, look, we don't know each other, so you know, certain things have to be on faith. So we'll take it. You won't share the stream or anything, but yeah, don't worry too much about that. So, John, did you say you're in? Am I thinking of someone else entirely? I think I asked you this last time, but I never got back to the maybe the chat for response. But you're not from Leash. I mean, are you the guy in Ireland from Leash? Definitely Leash. In Port Leash within Leash, but definitely within Leash. If you could just say yes or no, that's fine. And then if not, I'm mixing you up with someone else then. All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right, John. Well, you're welcome on for a chat as well, if you want, man. Anyone is. So probably go on till about 2 or something, so we can chat for an hour and a half, or even later if everything's going grand. As long as there's no music or anything like that. So I'm not getting angry at my mum at the minute, as usual. It's a lonely old station, really is. But we're getting there. We're getting towards the destination, and lots of things happening. Lots and lots of things happening. Definitely. Where it all leads to. All right, man. No mic. No mic. So, any questions? I mean, what questions are you asking yourself at the minute? What are you sort of working on? Is it not the same thing for most people as it is for me? I mean, that we can't just be happy with such a vague, all-encompassing term like flat Earth, without delving deeper. I don't know. My own brain tells me that if that was the case, it would be pointless. The whole thing would be a pointless endeavor. There has to be progress made. There has to be resolution built into it. It has to be, and maybe what I'll do is read a message that was given. Maybe I should go. Actually, you know what I might do? I'll go through, and if Jimbo turns up, or not Jimbo, PP turns up, Proficient Pete. Oh, he's there. Excellent, man. I see you, bud.
How's it going?
Hey, man.
Hey, nice to see you.
How you doing?
Doing pretty good. A little tired, but it's been a pretty good day. I was at a fair all day with my family, and yeah, it's a nice relaxing time now.
Excellent, man. Get yourself a beer or something, or
Trust me, I already had one. I'm doing pretty good.
excellent. Very nice to meet you, man. I mean,
But
but can I call you anything in particular, or you just rather
you can call me Nate. That's fine.
Nate? Is that Nate?
Oh yeah,
Excellent, Nate.
NAT.
Excellent, man. You have no problems going on camera anyway, which
No,
is great, Nate.
that's fine. I got videos on my channel with me on my on showing my face anyway, so that's fine.
Excellent, man. I mean, if you're more comfortable just going off camera and chilling out,
Oh yeah,
that's cool as
eventually I
well.
might deal with the kids or something, but yeah, I'll stay on for a little while.
Okay, cool, man. Excellent. Very nice to meet you, man.
And it's officially me.
You're in the heartland of America somewhere, right?
No, I'm actually in Massachusetts. I'm on the East Coast.
Okay, okay. And you have children and everything?
Yeah, I got two boys, two little kids.
Excellent, excellent, man, excellent. Let me throw a question out at you then. That what I mentioned earlier on. There's an onus on us to tell our children about flat Earth. Nate, what do you reckon? We can't.
Honestly, what I've had to do with my oldest son, he's 8 years old right now, and I tell him the way I had to deal with school is you have to deal with all the school curriculum and you have to deal with the stuff that they want you to learn so you can get through it. And I've told him just keep your mind open to all the different ideas, man, because you have to do the test the way they want you to do in order to get anywhere in this society, unfortunately. It kind of sucks, but that's the way it is. You have to learn the book stuff so that eventually when you pass, you can start believing things your own way that you really want to. So that's he's keeping open mind about stuff.
Right, but he knows that you're a flat earther. You don't
Yeah,
conceal that
basically.
from.
Oh yeah, he knows that I'm questioning everything, and I show him little things every once in a while, like, "Hey, this is kind of weird, isn't it? This is kind of strange. What do you think about this, man?"
Yeah, it's the only way, isn't it? I mean, if we can't be absolutely honest to our children, you know, obviously there's a time and place for everything, but when it
Exactly.
comes to stuff as fundamental as this, we're responsible for bringing them into this world. And once we come to find out certain truths about the nature of our reality, there's an onus on us. For the children's sake, anyway. And
That's how I feel
fair
too.
play, man. Fair play. Yeah, good stuff. Nate, is there anything you'd like to broach or something? I'm sure you have lots of questions. We sort of communicated in chat lots, and
Yeah, I'm always trying. I'm always jumping in chats and stuff and seeing what you type, and all the stuff you always type is really, really interesting to me and fascinating to me, and just blows my mind. Everyone's like, "Oh, that's I never thought about that from that point of view. It's pretty cool." Like the legal name fraud. You're right. No one ever talks about that. The fact that our
yeah.
name isn't really like our name. It's something that the government gives to us to keep track of us, and it's really weird to think about stuff like that.
Well, it's really basic, I should think. And I was talking earlier on about the Bible literalists. If they take the position that we're here for this short period of time to learn the truth or learn good from bad and make the right decisions, they should be screaming from the rooftops about the legal name fraud because it pretty much sells us down the Swanee. But they're not. They're silent on it. So do you think
Yep.
yourself that it's important within this arena to be vocal about any deception that what do you think yourself about the greater structure within the flat earth arena? Do you think it's controlled?
I think that for the most part, it is kind of controlled just because for the past few years, the arguments that the mainstream flat earthers have been pushing are exactly the same arguments. Nothing's really changed. Nothing's really progressed. It's been the same stuff for the past couple of years, and no one's growing and no one's wanting to move on. Everyone's just staying on these same topics and never wanting to grow or expand on them. So
Yeah.
after listening to flat Earth debates, 200 episodes that I've watched of Nathan Oakley, like man, nothing's changed. It all seems exactly the same. This is kind of crazy, guys. What are you guys doing? And it just that's why I jump on there every once in a while because the chat's pretty interesting now because everyone's mostly talking about why is everything always the same.
Right, right. People are sort of wakening up to it. And as
Yep.
I've said before, my own thoughts on all of these characters sort of want you to see through it. It's like Quantum Eraser coming in with the name Quantum Eraser, or why he won't he'll bring the Bible literalism with him, or why he did an interview with someone under a guise, under a mask of somebody else. I think we're meant to progress along and realize maybe more so that, well, this becomes a more difficult question, I guess, Nate, is who is the controlling force here? What is the greater game in play? And what are we to make of it? That's a greater question, I guess, and that definitely is subjective, and that will definitely come down to the individual. I suppose it'll depend on how long you're in the arena, sort of absorbing things, getting a feel for things, but also then your own individual research history or frame of mind. But what do you think it's ultimately controlled? What do you think? Have you any positive sort of feeling about all of it? Let me just say before you answer, right? I think that's in one sense the worst of crimes. We know how lonely and isolating this pathway we're on. So when you meet up with like-minded people and you come to sort of contemplate or realize that they themselves are corrupted, they themselves are part of the greater play, the greater theater that I had left. That can be all the more heartbreaking. But what do you think yourself?
Honestly, I try not to put too much faith in people anymore because I have been let down by a lot of people that I used to put a lot of stock in YouTube, and I've been on YouTube for since like 2009. You know, I used to make my own funny comedy videos and stuff from like in college and high school and with me and my friends. And so I've been following a lot of different people and I've gone through a lot of different phases on YouTube. I used to be a staunch atheist, super hardcore atheist, and I used to watch a lot of atheist science channels back in the day, like Amazing Atheist and Aaron Raw. I used to love those guys.
Right,
And
right.
and so now I like it's just weird how like little by little just I'm kind of growing and I go back through my history and see stuff changing. I try not to put too much faith in people anymore because people will let you down, unfortunately. But as for who's controlling it, I don't know. I really don't know. It's hard to say. It can come from so many different places. It could have started right when when YouTube was bought by Google, and they were saying, "All right, who are the players in this game? Let's start trying to control stuff from right from here, from 2014, 2012. Whenever that whole thing started when they bought it." But I really don't know exactly who's doing it. And it's so weird that now the U.S. military has like a whole online sector where they're controlling online ideas and stuff and stopping certain ways of thinking online. But there are military groups for like
Right.
different jobs. So it's weird. It can be from anywhere. It could be from the powers that be. It could be from secret societies that are infiltrating these groups slowly. It's hard to see where it comes from, but there's definitely someone controlling stuff and trying to keep the conversation stagnated.
Right, right. And well, I suppose I didn't get back to the question that I meant to ask, which is, do you see any sort of optimism, or is it a dark, dark situation? And this is why I mentioned, because it's so isolating, right? You do tend to gravitate around the community. And when you find out then that all is not above board, that's the more heartbreaking thing, and it can drain your sort of spirit or your hope. But I myself do see absolutely something very, very optimistic, at least in potential anyway, in spite of how dark it might look. But it's the same. That's the question I meant. Do you see any optimism within all of the seeming darkness? That would be my question.
Um, I do. I think eventually enough people are going to wake up where it's going to reach kind of a tipping point where it's you can't not question it anymore. Too many people are thinking about it. And too many people are waking up to all these different weird things in the world. Not even just flat Earth, just conspiracies in general that people just haven't believed in. So I think there is some optimism where enough people will wake up eventually, and these things will become more accepted, and it's not going to be such a stigma anymore to even talk about these things. So I am very hopeful that in my lifetime these things will become more normal to talk about. So yeah.
Yeah, um, it's a difficult one to work out. In the meantime, then we can't trust anybody online here, and in real life, who can you talk to about any of this sort of stuff? You know what I mean? I do talk to people myself, but only in the sense that. Sorry, do you mind if I ask you a question? Have you heard the idea? The Earth, not you. No, that's what I'm just saying. This is what I normally do. I go up to strangers and say, "Sorry, do you mind if I ask you a question?" I go, "Have you heard the idea that the Earth might be flat and stationary?" And then you just, go into your usual spiel and you deal with that situation, but you're not actually conversing with anyone. You know what I mean? You're not in a conversation. Just you have no way of coping or dealing with your own thoughts in the matter. And that's what I mean when we come to these sort of hangouts or formats onto YouTube. We're looking for on a not a shoulder to cry on as such, but just some sort of support. We know how
Yeah,
difficult it is around, but at least we can band together. And when you find out that that itself is sort of corrupted from the start, that can be very disheartening. That's what I was trying to say there. But in regards to the greater picture, yeah, it depends on where we're at, man. I haven't been on. I mentioned many times when I hang out here, I wasn't online from 2000 pretty much till 2010, just due to circumstances in Ireland here. And I mean, I wanted to get involved in contracts or anything. When I did come online, one of the first things I looked into was 9/11. And within about 4, 5, or 6 weeks, I found myself at the same spot I'm at now. So since you're online for so long, what's your views on 9/11, mate? Because you're an American as well. I mean,
yeah.
you heard what I've been saying. I mean, do you
Oh
take
yeah.
offense to that?
I don't take offense to it at all. Man, I've been watching stuff like Zeitgeist and Loose Change since I was like 13 or 14 years old. That whole question has been in my mind since it happened. I remember going online when I was a kid and like reading forums and stuff like, oh, people are really thinking like that the government did this? That's kind of weird. Why would they think that? And I started going through all the evidence. Oh, apparently passports don't burn when they belong to terrorists. Yeah,
Yeah,
apparently
yeah, yeah.
they just show up in the hole, and that's the only evidence left of the entire plane. Just these terrorist passports. That's kind of strange. Like all these different things. Like, oh, that's kind of weird that the beams melted at that exact 45-degree angle. That's kind of weird, huh? And then there's pools of molten metal that jet fuel could not possibly burn at. There's so many like. I was a little kid thinking, what the fuck is going on? Why is the government lying to us?
So
So
many
that
Easter
whole
eggs, right? So
yeah,
many
it's
Easter eggs. What do you make of those Easter eggs now, man? What do you make of those Easter eggs now that you look back at the narrative? It's almost as if we were said and led at every step of the way. And I've said this many times: if you're not at 9/11 media figure, or you're not seriously considering it at this stage, but then you're missing all the obvious clues that were laid for us. I mean, do you see it that way?
I think that there were definitely things that were put there to distract us. And now I think that the whole no planes argument has been the most recent thing that I've been into. And that blows my mind more than anything because that's something that no one talked about that I saw for years. Like, oh, there was no planes. There weren't because all the people that recorded planes all worked for news media. Hmm. That's another thing that makes you go, that's kind of strange. All these
Right.
people that have the original footage of it all worked for news stations for some reason. That's kind of convenient. I don't remember that ever happening in any other like situation where a mass event happened. All these news people got all the original footage of it. So just I feel like breadcrumbs were laid for us to kind of throw us off the trail for a little while and like try to distract us as to who really did what. I just know that it was definitely a whole manipulated event and it was not the way that they presented it to us at all. And I don't know for whose
Absolutely.
benefit it was that they lied to us, but it definitely was not the freaking few terrorists that they said kidnapped. They took over the planes and hijacked the planes. It definitely wasn't just that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're sort of new to people not to, or people talking about no planes. I mean, as I
I
say,
am pretty. Yeah, it's weird.
back in
I thought it
2010,
was crazy.
back in 2010, October, come November, 6 weeks after I looked into it, I perfectly understood that there was no planes. It was all theater, the whole lot. But that was just my pathway, I guess. But yeah, I mean, it all depends now where we're coming from. When we look back on these narratives that are fed to us, and of course, after 9/11, we had 7/7. That was another hoax, right? And then the bigger hoaxes, Sandy Hook, Boston bombers, it became more and more obvious and apparent.
Yep.
And I think my own thoughts on it, as I've expressed many times, is we're being led along a certain pathway towards realization. We were always meant to see through the fakery aspect. And unless you do that, then you can't look into the symbolic nature of it. And that's where you can see the link on the screen here by Calcified Lies. If you haven't seen that link, man, I say you'd be very interested in it. But
I'll definitely.
it's along the symbolic significance of 9/11, which is where it is all important. So it's still controversial, and I'll ask anybody in chat or anybody at all, how many flat earthers do you hear talking about 9/11 media and victim fakery? I don't hear anybody at all, really, to be honest, outside of IPS, right? Or
Dude,
Brian Staveley is another one.
as soon as you guys ever jump on Jose's channel talking about that, everyone gets so defensive about it and tries
Yeah,
to shut down the conversation. They act like they were there. They act like they were first responders on that day. They act like they have some like crazy knowledge that you don't have.
yeah.
But guys, we all got the same information, guys. You got to put the pieces together. It doesn't make sense. So much of the story makes no sense.
Well, they sing from the same hymn sheet, all these guys, and that's very transparent, and it gives them away as cooperative actors. And I'm not just saying this from Jose's channel. I realized this way back in 2016 when I was active on these similar type discussion debate forums, and every conspiracy topic they sing from the same hymn sheet, as I said. And what are the odds? You know what I mean? I mentioned earlier on about how I can catch any baller up by just asking him a simple question: what's the best argument that the flat Earth has to put forward? And they can't give credence to any of it. They can't, because if they ever gave an inch on anything, they'd have to give a mile, Nate. Right? This is it. So they're all adhering and conforming to a sort of script. My bigger question would be: what exactly do they know? I reckon they have to know about the moon landing fakery, for instance, in order to be able to defend all oncomers. You know what I mean? And I reckon the same with 9/11. They have to be aware of the greater theater that it was. But beyond that, what do they know? Now, in terms of 9/11 myself, it gets to the very heart of our matters. 9/11 was an inside job, so inside of you. And I was just thinking about job, actually, and I only mentioned, forgive me for it's not forgive me about, but I was thinking about the word job, and I already mentioned, why is a blow job so called, right? Because it's sort of, it's kind of contradictory to what's actually happening. It's more of a suck job, you might call it, if you will.
Be work.
Right, but for me now, now I understand why it is called a blowjob. But 9/11 being an inside job, and why this word job is so prevalent. Of course, we remember Steve Jobs from Apple, right? The Apple Foundation. In order to survive, you have a job, right? It's there at the center of existence, and significance is attached to it for certain reasons. And that statement itself, 9/11 was an inside job, which is thrown around everywhere, has great significance to it. And I think it's just about us coming to realize the significance. And it's only when, we ask these questions. How can a passport, how could a bandana, I think a bandana was supposed to have survived the plane in Shanksville when, there was no fucking plane there.
There was no plane. It was a whole, it was a huge.
So it's so ridiculous, right? That's why it sort of ties into why I asked you, do you see any optimism? I ultimately see so much optimism and potential, seeing that beyond the theater. But one thing we have to come through to is symbolic, or look to the symbolic nature of 9/11 as opposed to the literal. And we're always encouraged out of the literal. And I think this is the thing, right? You're going to fucking lose everything. You're going to pretty much lose everything, because everything we had, or we thought we had, is illusory. So where do you go with that, though? Or where do you go? I'm sure you can't talk to anyone about this, right?
Well, basically, it's I kind of just avoid this topic in general with most people. And in real life, I try to talk to some people that I think would be receptive to it. Like I've talked to my dad about it, I've talked to my brothers about it, a couple close friends. But at work, no way. You can't. It never even comes up in like normal life. And because I know people are just going to be so shut off to it, they're not going to be open to it, and they're going to think I'm a fucking crazy person. So I'm not even going to talk about it. It's okay. If something happens where I see they're open-minded, maybe about 9/11, maybe about some other kind of topic, like, okay, I might slip in some, hey, you ever think about this? I wonder why we can see so far? You ever wonder why the footage from the ISS doesn't really match like the way it's supposed to look from that altitude? It's kind of weird. But most of the time I can't really talk to too many people about it. I talk to my wife every once in a while, and she's always cool about it. But it's hard to bring up the topic with most normal people. It's just.
So how do you deal with it? How do you deal with that? And I guess the bigger question is, I mean, what are you occupying your thoughts with at the minute? Are you working on any flat Earth related area topic, trying to figure out what's the biggest?
Really, I'm not working on any projects at the moment. I'm worrying about moving right now, and I'm getting a new job. So honestly, that's like my whole priority that I'm focused on right now. And I haven't really done any like flat Earth experiments and stuff. I've just kind of been on the outside, kind of looking in for the past couple of years and seeing what people are talking about and seeing where I could pull things from, because that's the kind of person I am. I'll watch every side of the argument and pull things from here and pull things from there that make sense to me, and I'll hold on to those things and move on from there if they don't really resonate with me. But as for
Right.
like things right now, I don't have any plans or anything flat Earth related right now. I'm just gonna keep watching and seeing where the arguments go.
Well, is Earth flat and stationary, Nate?
I think it's more flat than like they have led us to believe. I don't know how big it is. It could be a huge, weird shaped thing. But I know from my experience, it doesn't seem like it's moving. It seems like the stars are moving. It seems like the wind is moving. It seems like we're not really moving. But then again, who knows, man? It could have, as far as I know, everything is still, everything seems to be mostly kind of flat with valleys and peaks and stuff. And it's not really just totally flat like a pancake. It's more flat than it is round, and that's the weird part. Like of all the things that we catalog, we have sea level. You know, like we have a mostly flat level across the entire world that we can kind of keep track of, and we can measure that. And like it's just strange that that's a thing that people don't really notice or think about. And they say,
Yeah.
oh, it's just because the ball's so big, it just seems flat right here. Yeah, that only works for so long. How high up can you go without it like seeming to curve at some point? Oh well, it does
Right.
curve as long as you're in a space shuttle. And I'm like, yeah, it curves as long as you're in the ISS, not if you're on any kind of regular rocket like that somebody can make and send up and shoot themselves and record themselves.
I don't think there's anyone who can look into flat Earth and not come away a flat earther, really, in that vague sense. There really isn't. The same considerations apply to all of us. Of course, it's a shock to our system, but we were sort of prepared for it. And I've often said it that 9/11 was the original plane or no plane argument, which is still going on today, right? One of the big, I'm going to call him an actor, John Lear, has detailed an affidavit and given his professional testimony about the impossibilities of planes flying or operating under the conditions that they were said to on the day itself. And yeah, that ties him into this plane or no plane argument. I hold that all of these people know that the earth is flat, and what's happening here is a sort of an unraveling. When we come to flat Earth, I think we have to realize, I was only saying this today as well, that we have to realize that this is the beginning of the story. We were caught up in an illusion all of our lives, and now something is being revealed to us. Where we take it as individuals, I firmly believe it's up to us as individuals. And when we get the context right, then we'll see the clues all around us. The one thing I've often said is, like you were talking about, all of the different channels getting stuck at the same places. You're sort of encouraged to stagnate, and I think that
Yep.
that is can be devastating actually, because it's one thing erasing everything, or erasing the marble, the blue marble, but if you have nothing to put in its place, that leaves you in a gaping sort of mental black hole, and I think that defeats the purpose of maybe the experience we're having here, and like yourself, man, absolutely atheistic. You had to be, right? Because we trusted science, we trusted
Yep.
our
Dude,
education.
oh my God. I was the biggest fanboy of science. I wanted to be an astronaut as a kid. I had stuff on my walls of astronauts and space, and my aunt lived in Florida, so she always brought us stuff from the space center. And it was like that was literally like my childhood. I loved it. I really, really loved it. I always looked into aliens and stuff, man. I looked at like, oh yeah, there's tons of planets that have life, and they're coming to us all the time, and that's what's been interacting with us in history. Yeah, or I guess it could have been, yeah, sure, or it could have been something from another dimension. I don't know. Who knows? We weren't there, and now all the stuff that shows up, it seems like it's military stuff. So who knows? It all seems
uh,
like it's military. I don't know.
yeah. Well, look, we've been given this technology for reasons, and I was only thinking about it. Well, I thought about it at the time, how strange it was that here in Ireland, when the mobile phone sort of came into its own, right? It was back in the late 90s. I understood at the time in America there was nowhere near as much sort of investment in that area, and everything sort of seemed to come along post 2001. I think that that's for specific reasons as well, not just for the purposes of like people being able to film whatever may have happened in 2001, but 2001 in New York was this sort of a benchmark. It was a turning point in everything, and everything that we're sort of going through now, questioning now, thinking about now, embroiled in now, well, is an unraveling. It's a complete polar opposite to the mindset that I was in beforehand, where everything was established, right? The age of the universe, the nature of the universe, the nature of ourselves, everything was completely detailed and listed. And I passed it on to my son, right? Who, you know, when I was in the heart of all of this thinking, um, you know, I shared my truth with him. And well, now the way I look upon it all is that it was there to come away from. Right. So when you talk about, I was just thinking to myself, it's a horrible thing to do to a child, isn't it? Sort of have them dreaming about being an astronaut,
Yep.
venturing to different planets,
Something
and
that
then
can never
shattering that
possibly
dream.
be. Yep. Can
Shattering
never.
that's a horrible thing to do, except, right, except that maybe the true reality is all the more wondrous indeed, and that's waiting for us, man. That's waiting
To be
for
honest,
us.
though, me and my family, we've always been so like honest with each other. We never wanted to lie to my son about Santa Claus, and we haven't. We never have. We told him from the beginning. There's this character that people believe in. It's a fun story. It's a fun character for the holidays, I guess. But it is kind of weird that a guy breaks into your house and gives you toys. We don't want you to think that. So we're just gonna let you know that toys come from us. We love you very much. That's why we got you toys. It's not some stranger who doesn't know you and is watching you all year. It's kind of creepy to think that. So we told him that from the beginning, and he understands. He doesn't ruin it for other kids. He knows that it's fake, and it just one of those things we can't. I don't want to lie to him ever, and I
Right.
just it's terrible. So as soon as I realize that something might be like a lie that I've been telling him, like the whole flat, like everything, like the globe. We used to watch space documentaries together. We used to watch movies like that were about everything like that together, and it's kind of hard to tell him. Like, yeah, man, do you ever notice that all this stuff is animated? I never really thought about that, but all these things that they're showing us about space are all animated, and all the pictures that they give us are all mostly composites, and all the stuff you see with a telescope doesn't look the same at all. This is another thing that's kind of strange. And realizing it as an adult, all the cognitive dissonance where I've been kind of pushing that aside, like, oh, it's like that because it has to be. It's like that because there's no other way to show us. It's really hard to break that as an adult and to tell your kids like I probably was wrong about this, so don't always believe everything you hear because I was wrong about it and I believe everything I heard, so try to think a little bit differently than that. So yeah, it's hard to do that to your kids, to lie to them. And I don't understand how parents can tell their kids about Santa Claus. That blows my fucking
Yeah.
mind, man. It's the weirdest story ever.
It's the sort of the first time as well you're encouraged to keep the lie. So once you find out about the lie, then you have to keep it from those who don't know.
Actually,
You know, and it
you're
sets.
right. For your
Yeah.
entire adulthood.
But look, uh, I guess there's so many different ways to look at it, and one of the you know, coming away from atheism, right? I sort of realize now, and I've almost embraced it fully, that I'm eternal. I'm eternal. We're outside of time, so it's like, well, if there's nothing there, what is there? Of course, when we come to flat Earth, well, I speak for myself, whatever your own impressions are, the Bible literalists are waiting at the door with their Bible in hand.
Yep.
And I sort of reject that version of reality, but well, it's not a rejected. My own views on it is the Bible is true, but just not in that literal sense. So there's greater truths to be gleaned via the storytelling, and it's up to us to decode it. Yeah, how far have you come away from atheism? Have you set any sort of firm
Honestly,
notion?
I took a total 180. I don't have any particular like religion that I believe in, but I honestly believe that there's something greater than myself in some place that I can't access, that I can't get to. I believe there's some other realm, some other outside place that the creator is at, and I don't know who it
Yeah.
is. I don't describe any particular label to it. I'll call it God for now because that's my vernacular and that's how I've always grown up calling it. But I think that there's something there that is eternal, omnipresent, omniscient, has always been there, and it just people try to ascribe different things to it to try to fit our own narrative and our own like wants and desires and our own want to control people. Oh, if you do this, God's not going to be happy, so you have to do this instead. If you don't give me money, God's not going to be happy, so you have to give me money so God can be happy. And all that stuff has always been so weird to me. And I think that's why I became an atheist, because no one ever answered the questions that I had. Like, why do we have to give God money? He doesn't care about money. What do you mean? Why do
Right.
we care about why does he care about all this weird little stuff? Why does he care about when we eat? Why does he care about what we eat? I don't think he would care about that at all. Doesn't he care if I'm just a good person? Like that's and none of my answers, none of my questions ever got answered in a real like honest way. It was always like, well, this is the way that the book says, this is the way that the church teaches us, so we have to do it this way. I don't like that. I don't
Right.
like that at all. I guess I'm not going to
Yeah.
church, but I'll believe that there's something there because I feel it. I feel it sometimes that there's something greater than myself, but I don't think anybody really knows what it is or has the right to tell me that they know what it is.
Right. And look, when we come into flat Earth thinking, a different history is before us, as far as I see it. What do you think of what I say? I'm sure you've mulled it over somewhat. That this Earth in its current form, as the story is told through the dodo, is 421 years old this year. What do you think? Not necessarily in those specific numbers, of a much younger Earth, or have
I
you cast your
I
mind
thought
that way?
I think that they tell us the whole age of the Earth story when we're really young, like, oh, it's millions and hundreds of millions and billions of years old, to make it in a way that we can never really relate to, because we're never
Right.
going to see anything. We're never going to see anything that big. We're never going to see anything that old. That number just blows our minds, and we're okay. It's impossible to think about. It must have just been forever ago, and we just kind of push it aside like it's not part of our history anymore. But then we find fossils of dinosaurs, quote unquote, that have flesh and have hair and have like blood vessels still and skin. Like, guys, that's not millions of years old. Oh, it was frozen in the perfect conditions, or it was underneath the mud in the perfect conditions to not. Guys, that doesn't make any sense. I don't understand how this 60 million-year-old thing is the same exact animal as this 60 million-year-old thing, and this has skin on it and blood and hair. I don't get it. That could just be my like misunderstanding, my common way of thinking. Like, I don't really understand that, but this just blows my mind that that's what it seems like they're doing to us. They're trying to portray things in a way that we can never really ever understand. That's way too big of a scale for us to ever comprehend, and they
Right.
do it to us as kids. So it's really hard to argue with it because you're a kid and you think someone telling you all this really smart stuff knows more than you because they're an adult, and if they don't know
Right.
more, then they're telling you. So you just accept it because that's the way it is, and that's what everybody does. And you have to take tests on it, so that's what you have to learn. So I think that the Earth is definitely younger than they tell us, and I think that us as a civilization, I think we've even had multiple civilizations where we've grown as society as humans, and then we destroyed each other because we're fucking dumb. We messed up, guys. We got too smart for our own good, and then we destroyed each other again and again and again and again. Because there's ancient cultures and there's all these ancient the Antikythera mechanism, all the ancient like
Mhm.
devices that don't make any sense. These out of place ancient artifacts, and that stuff always has been really interesting to me too, because they never talk about it in school. That you have to go buy your
Yeah.
own that stuff and look up your own documentaries on that stuff, but it all really exists and it's all really been proven. So why don't they tell us about it?
Yeah, I mean these are difficult areas for me as well. These are sort of for me layers within layers. Now, as you talked about the vast swathes of time in terms of the age of the Earth, they've done this exact same thing with the universe itself, right? And they've given us an unreachable um, uh, panorama to
Yep.
to sort of encompass us, that they've placed inside in our mind that very essence of our insignificance, which is just a small blue marble around an average sun in an infinite universe in every direction. What I think now is this is all for the sake of contrast. So it's only by staring into that abyss of nothingness or infinity, right, in every direction, that when it comes back to well, the reality and the heart of matters, well, we can appreciate it all the more, man. And now everything is tangible and everything becomes up close and central. Ultimately, as I see it, we're having an individual experience here. Obviously, we're sharing thoughts, etc. But yeah, everything comes back to the individual. And when you leave the external, it comes back to you, the internal. And what I've been finding out, that's what I meant to, just as you were talking about Santa and Christmas and all that sort of stuff. In your new way of thinking, do you attach any significance to, let's say, the ritual of putting up the tree? I know I've been talking about this, but do you look at any of these things in a different way?
I
In terms of,
do.
there might be benefit, there might be
Yeah.
absolute benefit in seeing through the lie. You know what I mean?
See, that's the whole thing. I do understand. Like, I do see through the lie now. I see that it's all symbolic, and it's really like us killing something and bringing it into our house and stringing lights up on it, like onto the corpse, and like celebrating that, isn't it? So that's I understand that. So what we've always done. My wife and I have always thought that was kind of weird. So we always get a fake tree anyway. And what we started doing was, I know it's kind of weird because it's supposed to be symbolic of like hanging Jesus upside down. We hung our tree upside down, and we like made it Halloweeny because we've always been kind of offbeat. So we make our Christmas tree with Halloween colors, and we put like Halloween stuff on it, and we hung it up upside down, and we had just that's just the kind of people we are, and we leave it up for a long time because we don't want to be normal. We don't want to have a fucking boring old Christmas tree and have to
All
throw it
right.
away afterwards. And
Do what you do,
so
bud. Whatever gives you happiness and joy, right? Uh,
yeah, I understand why society makes us do it a certain way, so we wanted to do it a little bit different and make it our own
right.
way and say, fuck that.
Well, it's all about the heart. And, when I look at this now, I'm not sure exactly what you think about Aristarchus, or did you look into the No Forest on Flat Earth video when it came out?
Yeah, I've
Have
seen
you
that.
heard it?
I've
Yeah.
watched it a long time ago. Yeah, it was really interesting. That was another thing that really made me think that this world is not as it's been presented to us at all. If there were these giant trees that were like the normal thing before, what kind of animals and creatures and stuff must have been around for those trees to like be at that size and for them to shrink down to our current size where they kind of match our proportions now for all the sizes of the creatures that are
Right.
around. So I don't know. Yeah, that was it. Kind of threw me for a loop when I first saw that too. Oh, actually, I think I have to go, Pete. My phone is dying. I'm gonna have to plug it in, and I
No
want.
worries, man.
Yeah,
No
I guess.
worries. Yeah. Listen, Nate, we'll do this again, man, and have a more extended chat. Maybe get a few more people on. That'd be cool. But I appreciate you coming on, man, and it's been great to speak with you and
No, thanks for
introduce
having me.
you. Excellent, bud. Excellent. So until the next time, thanks a lot. Cheers,
Bye.
man. Okay, that's great. Thanks very much, Nate. There, very decent man by the looks of it, and the sounds of it. And hopefully we can chat again. And yeah, there's definitely some very interesting characters and interesting points of view in chat here, and it would definitely be cool to get a few heads together after the initial introductions, I guess, and get on to sort of well, not more serious endeavors. Everything is a serious endeavor, but have some sort of directionality to it. And I think everything has to sort of gravitate, especially in these late times. I view these as very late times. Um, some sort of core cohesion. That's what I'm thinking. We talked about the material and the immaterial mind, and then the soul, and how does all of this sort of come together and, well, manifest. So I'm just gonna. So cheers again, Nate, and until the next time. So let me just get up a song to play. I'm gonna have a quick cigarette break, and I have a few links here. I'll just bring up in a second. Let me just get this. Okay, let's have a look at this. Let me share the screen. StreamYard is excellent as far as I can see. I have no issues whatsoever. And I don't even need to worry about the screen now, screen sharing, because if someone comes in, I have to clear them, but I think I'll just move it aside just in case. Okay. So let's Flat Earth Theory Band. Pergola. I've never heard this. So this is Creative Commons. So let's see. Oh, it is the Mount Rainier. Just looking at that here. Mount Rainier, where the shadow is cast up on the cloud cover above. Excellent. Okay, let me just play this bit of music and I'll be back with you shortly. Well, look what came up. Play this now. Look what came up. I guess that's got to do with my own suggestions as well. But we have Radiohead with the numbers, with the El Dodo himself. This is the Dodo, friends. If you don't believe it, that's the Dodo. Let me bring you up a link. We notice all the trees in the background as the song progresses. Well, here we go. For the most part of the song, we have the two trees in the background. But here's the Dodo himself, Thom Yorke. If you don't believe that that's the Dodo, let me just prove it to you. And isn't it funny? It's 42 things you didn't know about Tom York. There we go. I don't need to agree to anything there. All I need to do is point out one particular thing. Here we go. Number 6 here. Tom's brother Andy. Tom is the nickname. Look there. Thomas as the son. Tom's brother Andy nicknamed him Dodo. As a youngster, he was known as Salamander in school. Salamander, isn't that interesting? That's even more interesting than the dodo in the sense that, well, it's all about unity, division, repair. So, a salamander is known for sacrificing an extremity to save the greater core, only to go and regrow, right? Remember Dimash, remember the song that was copyrighted last time, but the parting words were Dodo l'enfant, do, sleep, child, sleep. Yeah, this repair theme is predominant, and let me show you just another link here. Stone. Feature according to Radiohead. So this is Rolling Stone. And where do we see the interview? Let's have a look. Rolling Stone, S-Tone, right? Oh, God. So anyway, and what day does it happen to be? Sunday. Tom is a name. Thomas, as Santos Bonacci tells us, is a name for the sun. We value your privacy. Like anything there, but I won't be able to read it. Anyway, Tom York enjoys taking his kids to Oxford University. First of all, we have Oxford, XO. Remember I mentioned O and X. Um, Oxford Museum of Natural History, a stately neo-Gothic on the outskirts of the city centre. They wander around the grand atrium past the skull of the humpback whale propped up by a massive bear trap and the stuffed dodo bird behind the glass. And all the creepy great men of science. You can look into that article a lot more, but everything associated with these characters is laden with clues, right? So what I'm going to do is, because now I can share the screen. I'm not sure if I did this last time. I'm definitely going to play it now because we're on, just because radio had came after that. Excellent effort, by the way, on BBC Six. Made it about flat Earth. So excellent effort. Did you notice the way he was bringing the heart into things? And that reminded me of what I was supposed to do, which was play my own song, which is called my own flat Earth song, which is called Heartland. And the lyrics are somewhere. I think they're in the car or something. So I don't have that prepared yet. So I'm not going to just bluff it without the lyrics. So I definitely understand this greater relation. When I say understand, I'm just talking from my own point of view. This greater relationship, and look what we have here. I know the screen is up. Heart of Stone on flat Earth. Come on, that's from Zayn. I think Zayn is a musician, yeah, and he has plenty of offerings. Heart of Stone, right? Heart of the S tone, in the very heart of the S tone. What's the S tone? What is the TH? Theta. 1 and the 0. Only two numbers are. All other numbers are based on the number 1. And then we have 0. And wasn't that the name of wasn't that the name of Radiohead song there? The numbers. Yeah, there's El Dodo. So just on the topic, and look at it all coming up here. Heart of Stone as well. Michael Jackson 5 Live Dodo. So another connection to the Dodo, but I don't know if I played the whole thing. Here we go, yeah. Look at this, 8 years ago as well. So I'm just going to play this, and that reminds me of my Dodo song. It's been so long since I played it now. But there's only one word anyway, and I think you can guess that word. But that's definitely something I should know. That's an excellent, I know I've been saying it as well. It might be my first video now, actually, because that wouldn't take too much work, just getting lots of different images of the Dodo together, bit of text as well, and I have the song already. So anyway, I'm going to play this. Remember, it's all a game of clues, and here we go again. So it says down here, born in Mauritius in 1611. Well, I've been saying that 1611 is the date that the Bible was written alongside the works of Shakespeare, and especially the final work of Shakespeare, which is The Tempest. Right? And yeah, Mauritius. Mauritius. I actually meant to ask one of those guys today who said he was from that place near South Africa. Had he ever heard of Mauritius? So Mauritius doesn't leave my mind. So anyway, I'm going to play this, right? And see what you think. This is what let me just say before I play this, right? This is what I'm talking about. If you got this far, you'll have made your way through the fakery, and now you've been looking to try and explain the real story. It's now when you look back at these different contributors, these different actors upon the stage, that you can eke out these clues, and Michael Jackson, absolutely beyond doubt that his death was faked. Who is Michael Jackson in the first place? Just, you have to sort of go with the flow on some of these things if you haven't questioned them before, because we're getting to the very deepest layers of this. So when this association is made, which is not made in the title, then we sit up and listen, because I've given it a different context, right? Or a proper, let's put it like that, a proper context. So when this information came out 8 years ago, look, February 23rd, 1611, and isn't that funny? February 23rd is 2, right? 23. How many chromosomes have you? Pairs, right? So that's interesting. So like this, like the hoax itself is controlled by all of these different revealers who probably present themselves as genuine, are all probably part of it as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Michael Jackson runs the hoax forum, or his crew, or whatever the greater story behind. But anyway, again, everything's about context, and this is the great game of life, friends. It's about putting pieces together. I had a few more thoughts on. Isn't it funny that they have micromegas from Sirius again, SIRINUS. So much said in that word itself, and that choice of word for this most special of stars, right? So yeah, I'll have more to say about that the next time. So I'm just going to play this video, and I don't think I watched it through myself, so I'm going to watch it through myself as well. But I'll be looking for different things than you might be looking for. But just that Dodo connection was made, and that follow-on video featured the Dodo there. I think I'm forced to play it again to just give you a sort of an idea that this stuff is significant. Let's. You have the pairing, you have the trees, the butterflies with the bee. Think of the bee in relation to the E. Here we have Alice in Wonderland. Let me pause it, right? Can you see the tip of South America here? Tip of South America going up around Mexico, Gulf of Mexico, North America, over here towards Alaska, Russia, down along the side, and yeah, this underneath the dodo's wing is the north center. So that's the general idea. To get a greater idea, just bring up your Gleason's map and rotate it so Australia's at the bottom. Color in, imagine some of the water drained away, color in Mediterranean, Philippines connecting to Australia, the Gulf of Mexico, and well, the same bird will jump out at you. So anyway. So when man introduced new species on the island of Mauritius, the dodo was easy prey. However, the direct influence of man through hunting also played a significant role, eventually leading to the extinction of the non-existent bird. I don't know why they got that 1611. The dodo was discovered in 1598, so 1611 is put in there specifically, right? So let's not jump the gun, because you don't understand that this is you haven't been. It hasn't been proven to you. First of all, this is Michael. First of all, Michael Jackson is alive. He was dead, man. Wasn't his body poisoned by a negligent doctor and all that sort of stuff? Well, no, but you first have to get over that hurdle, and then well, accept that these clues are put in place, and then you have to come to see, first of all, that the dodo never existed, and that it is in relation to flat Earth, and well, more so beyond. Right. So what it actually represents is, I said, Jesus is the dodo. You're the dodo, friend. So anyway, but it's just last thing. Sorry. In the description, so I have Aristarchus of Christ or BeHEMeTH, BeHEMeTH, 4210, and then dodonomore. So the Dimash song leaves us with Dodo l'enfant do. So do goes to do. That's pretty significant. The age or the time of the vision is through. Read things. Anyway, let's continue on. Now, and actually, I'm going to have to read this now. Hang on. Right, I'm going to have to read this now. So, Five Live Dodo, food beverages. So, founded in 2010, about born in Mauritius in 1611 and born again in 2010, thanks to Five Live. The dancing dodo is a living legend. Like most dodos, he can't fly, but boy, can he dance. Company overview. Dodo has been brought back from extinction when some five alive was accidentally poured into his sandy grave. Born in Mauritius in 1611, so sandy grave. I've often asked the question, what is sand? The flat earth, why are all the beaches and all of the earth, what do you call it? Found with sand, right? So what's going on here? And, we can all appreciate as well, as you move from that sandy beach inland, gradually plants start to grow more and more, right? So you have grasses on the outskirts, and then as you move inland, you get to solid, what you call normal soil. Well, not to get diverted, but I've told so many times a story about walking my brother's dog Brandy along the bank, and they have loads of sandbags up from a flood back maybe 2010, and they're just bag after bag of sand. And what's happened is a transformation has come over the top. So for all the world, you describe the tops of the sand, and you can see it in all sort of stages. The tops of the sand is earth, right? And what's growing from the earth? Well, plentiful grass. So all the bags are sort of topped off with grass, and some of it very heavy. So yeah, what is sand? And well, ultimately, what is earth, right? And why has soil, earth, and earth itself been co-named like that? These are bigger questions, and well, for me, the answer is the same thing. Same things as I've been saying. Sand is the sawdust of the giant crystalline trees. This is like if you fell a tree, you get a big pile of sawdust, and yeah, that's what sand is in relation to the giant crystalline tree. So there's only one tree. The tree of life is all encompassing, and all of its tributaries, and that tree is Aristarchus, Aristarchus, Aristarchus. But anyway, Dodo has been brought back from extinction when the five alive was accidentally poured into his sandy grave. So this is a sort of an advertisement campaign revolving around some soft drink or other, right? So this is the whole same spiel. Again, this is going back 8 years when this video was made, so goodness knows. Yeah, well, 2010 the company was founded. Okay. So born in Mauritius in 1611, again in 2010, the dancing dodo is a rare example of his breed. Like most dodos, he can't fly, but boy, can he dance. Blessed with a sophisticated sense of rhythm that belies his cumbersome body, he can jump, spin, twist, and shake. Dodo is a naturally curious and friendly character because he was raised on an island with no predators, so he loves everyone. Mission to dance and sing at every opportunity, and products Five Alive come in 4 juicy flavors: citrus, berry, tropical, and apple. Each drink is fortified with vitamins and minerals and contains no artificial flavors, colors, or preservatives. So that's the context that this character Five Alive Dodo appeared. So I'm going to try not to say anything from here on in. Right? Except just to finish out my comment about sand and why a sandy grave, right? Okay, okay. I was just trying to highlight the sandy. You can see it there. So into his sandy grave. So the dodo had a sandy grave. Well, if the dodo represents the changing face of the earth, right, after this decapitation or castration or bifurcation, or cutting in half of the tree of life, well, we can see the context there a little better. So, and also it's, again, coming back to us ourselves, so connecting heart and earth. So coming back to our very own existence and our very own being, coming from this divided state to, well, a resurrected state, a rise-erected state, or a born-again state. No more division. So the last thing I'll say is, as I say, well, I'm going to in my own brain in a way. What's the word I'm looking for? Not clarify it. There's a but, yeah. So there's a but within there. Whatever the proper expression is there. I hope we're in Genesis 1, and we ventured into Genesis 2, into the world of division, where we were created from the dust. The dust of what? Well, that's where science tells us, the dust of exploding stars, right? So our Aristarchus is decapitated. So we're into this divided state, and yeah, ultimately we're still in Genesis 1, but with a qualifier there. So yeah, hopefully I'll be silent for the rest. Well, sorry about that. No, sorry about that. I was trying not to do anything, but I saw something, so I apologize. I apologize. I'm just gonna have to do this very briefly. Right, so I'm at 433, and I went back to 411. Okay, one second now. I want to show you something. So just to show you, and I was going to say today. So just think about it in this way, right? Imagine the truth about Michael Jackson's fake death came out, and how big a fucking massive deal it would be, earthwide. Now, if we're looking into it, you know that that's the case, right? Now, I'm saying to go a step deeper. So that would be massive in itself. Now, there's a deeper thing involved. There's a deeper puzzle involved, which brings us to the dodo. So let me just bring up a picture here. And this will show you the significance of it, because you have all of these prominent, established influences at the very top levels, projecting some sort of code or message, right? So let me just, here we go. So this is what I'm going to bring up now, right? You all know this if you've been tuning in. So if you remember the solution, it brought us all the way around to the hidden puzzle. As far as I know, I'm the only one who's found this, and I found the solution. And I've tied in so many things with the Sergeant Pepper's beetle, the whole thing being about flat Earth, right? With the turtle missing the payload at the front. Remember, I was telling you about the elephants. Actually, it's pretty clear here. So we have the turtle. Where are the elephants? You can see the elephant's trunk here, and the battery reflection as the eye and the ear coming around here. So we have the elephant, we have the turtle, because remember, Alice is over. This is the real cartoon. This is the real theater. The fairy story tells the real tale. The children are lied to. So here we have the turtle missing a payload, right? So we already have to come into flat Earth, missing a payload. And well, what rests on the back of the turtle? The elephant, right? There's the elephant. Found the elephant. What rests on top of the elephant? The disc Earth. So here's the disc Earth, right? And this was pointing. It all comes back to us being pointed. I hope my screen isn't flashing on the main screen because it's flashing here. It's just going back. I don't want to take off the back. It's probably just a pin loose, but I'm afraid in case it isn't, at least it's working now. So anyway, you're following the Pied Piper. For remember we mentioned 42 facts about Tom York. Well, there we have reference to panic as instead of don't panic, which is the instruction from the Hitchhiker's Guide, to the Galaxy. Anyway, pointed down. Here's the Earth. So all we're looking for is shows the flat Earth map. Shows this is what we're looking for. The exact layout of the flat Earth map. And well, we're pointed everywhere. You can see the arrow between the bear's legs here on the bear's chest. You can see an arrow pointing upwards. When I first looked at this in 2015, I saw the hidden puzzle, right? But I only got to here with Angela Merkel. I didn't know where to go there after that, and I didn't sort of have even though I was well into flat Earth. And I guess I knew it was about flat Earth somewhat, but I didn't get to take it any further anyway. But isn't it funny? Isn't it absolutely hilarious, right? I realized that it's simplify everything. If you go left along her arm, right? If you go left, then you're chopped to bits by the chopper. So if you go right, then you're led up until we get to this guy's shadow on his own arm, which is pointing in a certain direction. And we've been through all of this before, but isn't it funny that this guy, Barack Obama, who doesn't sort of look too much like Barack Obama there, turns out to be fucking Will Smith. Another first from the Dodo. Well, I'm not the Dodo, but Pete Shea here. Another first. So isn't it funny? But anyway, that's just a by the way. If you look at them, Obama's pants here, do you see the 33? You see a 3 here and then a 3 and a 3 connected, right? Nothing is incidental here. And remember, this is The Economist 2015 magazine. So this is where I'm getting to the point. As we made our way towards the end of the puzzle, through Alice in Wonderland, we were pointed all the way through, all the way across to here, right? To here, and look, a holiday destination island. The ghost is, we've been pointed everywhere. We've been pointed all the way. There we have D-O. Where's the ghost, or what you might think of a ghost? It's not a ghost. It's a condom. And here we have the two neighboring islands to the answer, the solution, which is Reunion Island. Reunion Island in the Indian Ocean. And the solution was this holiday island. The ghost is pointing upwards, OD, right? And everything is reversed, DO. And down at the corner here, you have a little 2. Little 2 or a little less, but again, I knew everything was reversed at the time, so I remember I mentioned at the start here as well. So a little 2 times this, and you can even see the line pointing up here as well to give you an extra clue, which gives you Dodo, the holiday island being Mauritius, right? And that's the solution to that, to where to look next to find what the turtle is missing. We've already found the elephant. Now we need the layout of the Earth. So yeah, there is your. That's why I stopped you there. Holiday Island, right? So once again, if here we go. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. That's what I had to stop it for when this. There we go. That's what that's what all that was about. But I think you'll say it was worthwhile, right? Just for a refresher. I've been through this ages ago, but yeah. So bear the context in mind. If it turns out that Michael Jackson is has hoaxed or faked his death, which of course he had, like many of the others, then that becomes almost trivial. So now the significance of the dodo comes into being or into bearing. And as I said, 8 years ago, no one was talking about flat Earth. Really, there were people talking about flat Earth. I was over at the I wasn't a member or never contributed. I was just reading like in the Flat Earth Society forums. There's some excellent information. Mind the people who be saying, "Oh, this is disinformation." It's all the fucking agents are telling you that it is disinformation. Every place is capable of being infiltrated, and it indeed probably is, right? That doesn't mean you can't garner a whole lot of fucking information from there. It's via the Flat Earth Society forums, and I re-encountered Nico Haupt, the original no planer on 9/11, right? So he was then talking about his next body of work, which was 1649ish. So there's no primary source material to be found predating this year, 1649ish. Um, so yeah, a game of clues for us. So just to stress again, Michael Jackson found to be alive and having faked his death, massive deal. So now we brush that aside and we look into what the dodo might represent. 8 years ago, it didn't represent anything. And as far as I can tell, until of course it did represent something to the people who were writing the script, right, and the people in the know, like Michael Jackson or whoever the character is. Um, but yeah, it's only when in the flat Earth context, I say, Gleason's map was given to us at the door, like the Bible. Literalists were waiting with their book in hand. So was the Gleason's map waiting for us, and all the characters, all the actors with the Gleason's map up behind them. And yeah, we're encouraged to invert everything, right? Rotate it around. And when you do that, then the dodo jumps out. So this is the significance. So the superficial significance, anyway, the greater significance being the divided state of us, right? The divided state of us. So we can separate the two. That's why the dodo is so significant. And well, that's why Jesus is the dodo as well. So I just had to stop there. And I think that was a pretty significant, what do you call it? I could get little shots of this. I'll just have to go away for a weekend somewhere and just get little shots of, little clips of all of these different types of pieces of information and put it in a 5 minute. I have much more to say than just this, right? I would put it in a 5 minute video with my own song. That'd be cool. Definitely could see something like that happen. But anyway, let me hopefully continue on without interrupting this time. You're right. Doo doo. Applehead is interesting as well. Applehead, yeah, fucking head. The head was taken off of the apple, the toroidal field, right? So the top of the tree was taken off. Aristarchus was decapitated, castrated, and Applehead was. Yeah, that makes absolute sense, doesn't it? Only to me, I'm guessing. But not really as well. 5 alive and the Jackson 5, of course. Jackson 5 is half of 10. N has a value of 5 in Cododo. S has a value of 2. S then give us 2 5s is 10. 10 is IO, by the way. 2. O divided in 2 gives you do, right? With the line down the center. Oh, goodness. Remember, hang on, let me just say this. Michael Jackson's what do you call it? Concert, the Barding concert was called This Is It. THIS is it. And as I've said before, to take the sword from the stone is to take the S word from the S tone. The S word is, and the S tone is TH. So putting the two together, this is it. This is the answer. So my answer once again to because 42 has popped up a few times. That is the ultimate answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything. But what is the question remains open, right? And well, my answer is the question is what do you get when you divide 0 by 1? And I like that a lot. I like it a lot. If someone else, once again, has come up with any of these things, I don't know about it. As far as I know, to the best of my knowledge, my conscious knowledge, anyway. And if I did, I would certainly say it. I'm a fair man. I don't like to cheat at anything at all. So that's my offering. I should write that down and put it in chat, actually. The ultimate answer is 42. What is the question? Well, the ultimate question is, what do you get if you divide 0 by 1? Peach. So a few minutes to go here, and yeah, this is it. Amazing. Yeah. He says he has he had no operations. I believe him. Like Patricia Sears says she hasn't had any operations because they wear facial prosthetics to change their look. Remember, it's all theater. Is this don't only a bird? And isn't it funny? The words chosen there. Isn't it funny? Is this dodo only a bird? Well, of course it isn't. And is this it? This is it. This is, as I say again, to take the sword from the stone, take the S word from the S tone. So, well, can I say, well. Killed by new species brought by man. Man is Am-N in that divided state. So extinct and plus return equals alive. And well, we just read micro-magas earlier on, where the very little combined with the very large. So sort of opposites combined. And well, just alive. I was talking about last week with the God Devil, put the God, the D of the God, reverse it, and start the word devil with the D next to the reverse D, and a message jumps out of you or jumps out at me, which is go live or go live. One or the other. Go live. For me, but that's interesting. Another prompt at the end. They're extinct plus return equals ally. Due to Faketi's death because of fear of being killed by man. Maybe. See, they don't have the proper context. Or, okay, that's it. Mysterious creature returns from the dead. Five Love Dodo as himself, Doo-Doo, Michael Jackson. Okay, and then we just have the links here. Well, isn't that interesting, friends? Didn't intend to play that now, and probably some of you have seen that before, but maybe you haven't. And if you haven't, what do you make of it? What do you make of it? And once again, as I say, and I'm realizing more and more, what are the questions we need to be asking? What are we doing this for? What do we need? What are questions we should be asking ourselves? Where are we hoping to go? What are we trying to learn? And well, yeah, it's down to you, isn't it? I'd like to thank Nate once again for coming on earlier on, and the conversation wasn't quite fluid, really, but that's okay because it was. I didn't mean to throw anyone in the deep end as well. Um, but yeah, it was a good introduction, and I didn't want to sort of make anyone feel that I was any sort of host here or anything. More natural conversation, probably. Until the next time. So yeah, I appreciate that. But yeah, if we're not asking certain questions, I'm not going to be interested in what I'm talking about here. It has nothing to do with not referring to Nate. I'm going to head off soon. I'm going to chat again and just read a poem before we go as well. But yeah, it's all about which questions are we asking and what inquiries do we want answering for? Do we have a need? To have answered. What can we do to go about getting it answered, right? Yeah, I think in these times, more than ever, sorting or selecting or settling on the right question becomes the most difficult thing. So, yeah, be interesting to hear what you think of it, even though, as I say, for the most part, I'm on my own in this journey, really am. And I see things there now that make sense to me within the proper context. And just to stress again, yeah, and there are many other videos besides this one. Researcher that I am, I haven't been through any of them really. A couple of them maybe just led me to this one, but there's many more than that. And actually, one of them, let me just go back here. I think I saw a link between Radiohead and Michael Jackson there. Did I not? Paul McCartney. So Michael Jackson death hoax. Did Paul McCartney also fake his death? So again, this is from Michael Jackson hoax evidence, and they're connecting the two, and the two were the fucking dodo. Two were the dodo. How do I know Paul McCartney /4 was the dodo? Because there was two Pauls, if not more, like, but primarily two. Well, that's a whole different story, which led us to a wonderful treasure found that had been missing for 150 years. So there's a wondrous story and tale tied up with the dodo bird and what it really represents. And yeah, I meant to say that earlier on with Nate when he was talking about dinosaur bones being dug up. That the dodo was said to have evolved, or not evolved, just remained the same for millions of years, uninterrupted, in isolation and perfect harmony and peace on the island of Mauritius. But yet they couldn't find one intact dodo skeleton. For years they couldn't. They were just finding bits of bones here or there until eventually a concoction came together, and apparently they have one now. But this is ridiculous nonsense, isn't it? But nonsense for a reason. Nonsense that makes sense in a different context. But yeah, I knew I saw something. I thought it was Radiohead related. But there we have the three dodos. There's a Radiohead here. There's Tom. Michael Jackson here, who we just saw. And then we have Paul /4 McCartney. All of them, you would have to say, the most famous musicians in history. All of them. You might say Tom York isn't. Well, you're wrong. You're wrong about that. You're wrong about that. But yeah, isn't it all very interesting? I'll make a note of this now and I'll see what has to be said here. But I wouldn't be at all surprised if Michael Jackson himself is, maybe we have 24K views. 24 is 888 number of Jesus. But I wouldn't be surprised at all if Michael Jackson is in the hand in all this. And as I said this many times before, I wouldn't be surprised if there's many well-known, inverted commas, celebrities. We're all just people. Some people are just playing different parts. Many different celebrities, inverted commas, having their role to play in terms of behind the scenes and flat earth, or even under screen names, that you'd never connect them. I wouldn't have any doubt whatsoever. Well, every fucker knows about flat earth. Once you get to a certain level, it's a secret that just can't be kept, So you get led into the secret, I'm guessing at a very early age, but I don't think it's too hard to be let in to the secret, because it's such an open secret. And then you probably have to be let in on the greater plan, which is what I think anyway. It's all about repair to take the place of the giant trees, which acted as supporting pillars along the north and south equatorial areas, where you find the desert areas now. There will be tall steel structure towers acting like ray guns, a reverse of Judy Wood's directed energy weapons. So instead of from above down to below, they'll be from below up above, to reinflate the bubble, to strengthen the energized barrier and withhold the waters with greater force, right? Something akin to the original force. I've been saying for the longest of times, I hope that ARISTARCHUS has increased in frequency. So whatever is happening, it's always been written in. So what do you make of all of this? You bored the tits off you at this stage? I don't, beyond, this is the dodo. There's a story beyond the dodo then. And so what's the origins of the dodo? And that's, as I say, that's what brings me back to Aristarchus. And I ain't shifting from there soon, anytime soon. It'll be just, as far as I can tell, and you're becoming clearer and clearer, on it. So, most especially how everything applies to us, right? Ether, earth, heart, RTH. So, yeah. I didn't get too much tonight, really, when it comes down to it, but that's the usual way. So I'll just go back into chat here, and yeah. We're still here, Tom. How you doing? How can they paint a dodo if they don't know what it looks like? Right. Do you know where the first original picture, the dodo, it's in a, I'm not going to look it up now, but it was from the mid 1700s sometime, and it wasn't actually from an eyewitness, we're told. It was from somebody describing it to somebody as an eyewitness. So it was like third hand, and that's the impression given now. Now they've refined. This is what I was talking about in relation to the Oculus mosaic. They've refined the look of the dodo. Now that'd be something that'd be worth bringing up, actually. Let me just. That'd be worth something bringing up, because I mentioned the Oculus mosaic and the few different keys you need, or one would need, as I see it, to piece together the puzzle. So that'll be worth bringing up. Right. There we go. So I'm not going to go through this, but what I will show you right here, I'll go to a little section. So over time, they have slightly adapted it, and this is where he talks about it. Yeah, so this is the Savory painting, the original one, based on just a verbal account. So your question is, well, how do you know that never existed, right, Tom? So if the bird never existed, why is he making these adaptations? So let's just listen down a tiny bit more. There you go. There you go. Because what they've done is got mapped out the Earth to a more refined state as the years went by, I guess. That's my interpretation of all of this. But yeah, there we have the latest account of the dodo bird, and this at the image. This is actually my. Hang on, here we go. They showed at the end, I think. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. I mean, he fucking moved the bulge from the front to the back to the ass. Look at the big ass in him, the unnatural ass. But yeah, for me, this is all clues. So this picture here would be used in conjunction with the Oculus mosaic. So, for instance, South America, the tip of South America would line up here. This, I think it's a lory bird, also appears in Alice in Wonderland. This would mark the tip of Australia here. But so we can see coming up the same sort of idea, coming up the tip of South America, up to the top of South America, wrapping around towards Gulf of Mexico up to Northern America, over Alaska here, connecting with Russia, China, Asia, etc. And what do you call it? Underneath here, underneath the dodo's wing, which is the north center. And then we have everything else slotting around it. And yeah, that would be used in conjunction with the Oculus mosaic and with a few other pieces. There's a couple of other puzzle pieces needed, and I have them, I think. And yeah, everything's slotted together like a jigsaw piece. So once again, there's nothing sort of original here. I'm not bringing anything into existence. All I would be doing is putting, well, and just in this endeavor alone, other things I bring my own mind to. You know, I mean, when I spotted the repeating patterns in the clouds, that's from my own observations. Nobody told me about that. And when I went on to sort of understand it a little more, I'll put it like that, and that's from my own sort of considerations. When it comes to something like this, I already know that everything is already sort of pre-written. Everything is pretty much already known, you know, and yeah, it's all about us just piecing things together. So it's along these lines that I'd be doing that, Tom. And well, Julian Pender-Hume, that's where these variations, as he talks about in some sort of an organic sense, oh yeah, our greater understanding or greater finds have led us to understand that this is the actual superstructure of the dodo bird, whereas in fact the dodo bird never existed. So they're making these adaptations for very specific reasons because the context in which the dodo exists is known. That's my take on it, and it won't be yours, but yeah. So, oh, how you doing, Jimbo? Jimbo Khan, good to see you, man. Tom is still alive. Yeah, of course he is, man. You know, you don't know anything about Radiohead. Tom is still alive. So is Michael Jackson. So is Paul / Paul McCartney. All the Dodos are still alive. Hayden Irving. Dodo is 4646 equals 2020. First in pi at 53. 53 plus 35 equals 88. 53 is first in pi at 8. Okay. Are you really getting lost in pi and its significance, Irving? And in a sense, you know, you probably know the solution already, but that's my solution. So that's why the ultimate answer is 42. Let me write it down in chat here. Right, hang on, I have to share that. Right. Question. And what do you think about this, Irving, then? What is 0 divided by 1? What does, hang on. What does 0 divided by 1 equal? That's my question. All right. So the ultimate answer is 42. What does 0 divided by 1 equal? Well, now the reason 0 divided by 1 equals 42 is, so the theta is the th, right? The theta is the 0 and the 1 are the circle and the diameter. So the circumference of a circle in relation to the diameter has a certain proportion, a certain ratio, and that ratio is given as pi. Now Irving likes to get to what did you say there? Like the first 20 digits? Well, 3 is the magic number. THREE, right? Whole E. So so the first 3 digits of pi, which is TT, is 3.14. As a mathematical instruction, 3.14 signifies multiplication, so it's equal to 3 multiplied by 14, which is equal to 42. Why it's the ultimate answer to life, the universe, and everything as well. I can say that, well, the physical material universe begins, well, our material universe begins with the Big Bang, right? Which is when the sperm meets the egg, or the S-star meets the S-star. So we get a sort of a recombining. But yeah, the zero represents the uncountable or the immaterial. So one representing the material or the countable. And well, yeah, how did the material come into being? Well, it's through the immaterial, right? God is immaterial. Um, so that's my answer. I don't know what you think about that. All right, Jimbo. So you're well accustomed to it. So why do you ask? Is Tom alive then? I mean, I didn't get the context there. Maybe you were talking to somebody else. Why do you ask? Is he alive? He's only a young fellow. He's probably in his mid-40s, I suppose. Maybe a little older. Um, you thinking it's in relation to the dead as a dodo, or something like that? So, okay, so what defines a dodo? A clue? I don't know what you mean by that. What do you mean what defines a dodo? Yeah. Clue give. Oh, do you mean like why are these people chosen to be the dodo? Why is that connection made? Well, that's just the way it is. I mean, these people are chosen from birth, I would say. Shit, it's gone on 5.5 hours. These people are chosen from birth to play their role within the greater story. But I mean, I don't know what we're dealing with. I don't know what we're dealing with at all. I don't know what type of. I've asked, is Tom York even human? He might be. He might not be. If he was, of a different kind, how would we know? I don't know. I don't know. But what defines? Yeah, a clue giver. They're born for the role. Like Patricia Steele was born for the role. Mark Sargent was born for the role. It's a greater game in play here. So these people are just the actors within the greater theater. We have TH again, keeps popping up, theta, THETA. And these letters mean something, but in terms of the roles designated, the baton is passed. So can we find a connection between Paul McCartney and Michael Jackson? Well, of course we can. Michael Jackson took over the Beatles catalog, right? And there was supposedly friction between the two, but it's all more theatre, more part of the act. Can we find a connection between that's what I must look for, a connection between Michael Jackson and Thom Yorke. So the baton is definitely handed over to Thom Yorke from Michael Jackson. Blood on the dance floor. Let me just. So if we bear in mind that Thom Yorke from Radiohead had the soundtrack to 9/11, right? So with Kid A. Now we look at the Blood on the Dance Floor album. Here we go. Ring any bells? Does that ring any bells? That whole setting, that whole scene. Look at his hands at 9 and 11 as well. Yeah. So we can that can be one connection. You won't accept any of these things, of course, but you it's not that you won't accept Kid A is the soundtrack to 9/11, but you probably haven't taken it seriously enough. But it was the soundtrack to 9/11, and Radiohead were the band with the album Kid A. Yeah, kid is a baby goat. OAT. Yeah, okay, there's another thought there, but yeah, so that's one connection. But I'll be looking for a more, not more solid one, different connection that passes the baton on. Um, but to answer your question, yeah, they're born for the roles, man. It's only the greatest. This is the greatest setting in history at this time, of all of our history, I should think. So all of these characters are well aware of the greater story, and they're playing their part within it. So that's an excellent connection between Michael Jackson. Here we have blood on the dance floor, a 9/11 sort of reminder in the background. The whole thing is super, and all of Michael Jackson's albums are leading somewhere. When Maggie comes on, maybe next time or maybe whenever, she'll definitely be able to shed a lot of light. She could talk for ages about Michael Jackson. Both of us could actually, because everything seems to sort of converge. Everything seems to be converging, and everything connected is making itself known. So yeah, that would be my primary connection there that comes straight to mind, which is Michael Jackson's "Blood on the Dance Floor" and Radiohead having the soundtrack to 9/11, the 102-minute movie presented to us as live. We remember that the Radiohead album was released in 2000, so that would rule it out seemingly on the surface of it. How is that possible? Well, it's only possible if the movie presented as live was pre-made, and well, indeed it was. And I told briefly the story last time about the forum poster who said he was a parole officer or some sort of social worker, and the guy came in and told him the story about 9/11 going down a year before, that he witnessed it from a television room where he was on day release from a prison block or prison cell to do some work. They witnessed 9/11 on the television. Right, that was the test audience. So a year before. So yeah, Radiohead, Kid A with the soundtrack, and well, song 10, final song, ION 10. Yeah, motion picture soundtrack. She sang that busking the other day. I didn't mind it. He's not really one to be busking out loud, but after a while, it doesn't matter who Peter's walking by, so you just sing what you like. But yeah, motion picture soundtrack, and I would say that's a pretty damn good connection. I'm sure there are more to be found. As I say, I'm a pretty shit researcher, really, and whatever comes my way will come my way. And yeah. Okay, Jimmy, you say, okay, man, look, please don't, I didn't mean to be having, if that sounded like I was having a go at you, not at all, please don't misunderstand that. I just didn't understand the context of it, but I think, yeah, now that I think I got it, I sort of gave you an answer. So yeah, they're born into the role, they're promoted from the very start, they're crafted from the outset. That's my best answer. Nothing is incidental. And of course, we know the story of the Jackson Five. Michael Jackson was a child star. Um, with the rest, similar stories, and yeah, this is greater than any one individual. And ultimately, they're just conduits, right? And what is a greater tale here? Well, as I say, Dodo goes back to the beginning, 421 years, as I see it anyway. When the dodo was discovered, came into being, right? The divided state came into being because we had this mass destruction of the tree of life, the decapitation, the castration of the tree of life, the cutting in half of the tree of life. And here we are at the top, living on the tree of life, where if you look down on the land and how it's arranged, well, then you get something very, very similar to a dodo bird, right? Gleason's map turned upside down is the easiest way of looking at it, but that's not quite the way it is in reality. But there's more to it again, right? The dodo bird is the external, if you want to put it like that, reflection of, well, the tree of life itself and its heart, the hardwood. Every tree has its heartwood. So this is the core of Aristarchus, which we can see in its reflected form. You know, people talk about Mount Meru, people talk about Yggdrasil, and all you have is cartoon representations. Well, the tree of life is everywhere. The tree of life is everywhere, and you know, you can see it in its reflected form. Sorry, now. Here we go. There you go. You can see it in its reflected form from the moon. It's crater Aristarchus. You know, spend an hour, friends, looking at this. You know those pictures. I've said it so many times. You know those. Let me get the. You know those three-dimensional pictures that you can stare at for fucking ages, and you're not seeing what other people are seeing until eventually it jumps out at you, and you actually get it. So it's sort of along those lines, but much deeper still, much deeper still. So yeah, here we can see the decapitated tree of life in all its glory. And what you're looking at here, as far as I'm concerned, is the universe, right? The sky above us. What's going on above us is it's a projection. So we're dealing with a projection against a watery, energized barrier. So it's a mirror sky, and yeah, this is what's doing the projecting. This is it. Everything is stemming from this. That's as I see it. That's what makes Aristarchus the decapitated tree of life still all encompassing. So we live on its back, and this is at the heart of it. And well, it's a fractal sort of reality, a fractal expression that's going on. All of the clouds, Jimbo. I know you've been looking at the clouds, man. All of the clouds are fractal in nature as well, because there's this fractal pattern expressing throughout. And yeah, that's something. But with this, get this picture. Where's that from now? I'm not sure where that's from. If you wanted that, I could probably post it, but just you could find the similar one just by doing an Aristarchus search. I think this. Oh yeah, that's the NASA. Hang on, I have that link. Yeah, that's the link I always have here. That's here we go. Yeah, that's this link. The NASA image. Aristarchus up close and personal. Just like 9/11 was an inside job, and I was just looking at the date as well, 1/6. And actually, remember I said the last time Arthur's key part inside Arthur, ARTHUR, right? Arthur. Yeah, the date is actually the January the 6th, 1991. So we have 1919. So amazing again, 19 this year. Now, just to see the way the different orientation here, this gives you a different impression. It gives you the impression that everything is sort of extending towards the screen. So let me put that in the chat, just in case you haven't seen it. Lots of different things. Look at the date released, the 25th of December, Christmas Day. But you see the way it looks like it's extending here. And if we just look at this orientation as I'm used to having it, it looks like it's distending. This looks like it's like an avalanche. You know what I mean? It's like a collapsed inner wall that's going all the way in. But let me tell you what you'll see when it clicks with you. It's fucking mad. It's honestly so mad. But it's into infinity. You're looking almost into infinity. Every layer is the same as a layer before, and you're looking down, 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 down as far as you go. And I'll tell you something for nothing. I don't care how far you think you can follow it down. When you understand what you're looking at. It's like the infinity mirrors. You still get lost because you'll understand there's further to go, and it's the same when you rotate it around like this, and you have it well in the image is like this. So now it's the opposite way. It's the opposite way. It's extended into you, but you can never find the end of it. But you won't be able to see that on just a cursory glance. You just have to look at this and well, let it be. Let it be, and let it say what it has to say to you. So a few other things are just jumping out now. Oh yeah, I've already mentioned. Look, another thing that I associated early doors. I can see the sperm within the egg there. Yeah, and right in the middle of Aristarchus, we have Aristarchus. Aristarchus, and tar is it can be S-tar, but tar itself is a seaman, right? Able-bodied seaman, and a nautical term for an able-bodied seaman. And well, we are all gestated in our mother's waters until they break, and then we're birthed. Right? So yeah, yeah. Let me copy this and post the link. Right, there's that link, and you might have missed this earlier on, Jimbo, if you weren't here. Just the link itself. I say you'd be interested in it. If you're interested in the deeper symbology, and I think we all should be, right? Because it's all interconnected. So I went through the Stanley Kubrick link the last time. So yeah, I'm going to do this myself. But if you're interested, yeah, definitely have what do you call it through that. Just put it up on screen here for a second. Yeah, that's the Aristarchus up close and personal, right? They're making that relation obvious. Like 9/11 was an inside job, right inside you. Your job. Job was from a place called us. So yeah, there's the calcified lies link up in the chat there in case anyone is looking back, they can just see it there. So well, hang on. No, you're okay, Jim. But what do you mean by that? A fabricated character is born for the role. And actually, now that you mentioned Jesus, Jesus was the dodo. Jesus is the dodo. But yeah, the characters are fabricated. Of course they are. Of course they are. Their life story is sort of. Why do you not think that Patricia Steer's life story is not fabricated, or Mark Sargent? And do you think they're not in it from the start, or do you think they just come by it? You know, I think the roles are too great for that. The story is ongoing. So I mean, what do you think yourself? I mean, what do you think? I mean, that's my own position here. I think there's two different realities going on. There's people born into knowing the true nature of a reality, and whatever is unraveling has always been in the works. So if you find that strange, Jim, I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why, but maybe it's not. It's just incredulity. What is it? Does it seem too far out? Does it seem too much? I don't know. No, man, not for me anyway. And I'm not saying I'm right about anything, Jimbo. I'm just giving you my point of view. And yeah, there's a much greater story tied in with all of this than just flat Earth itself. Indeed, you know, it connects everything. So I'm happy enough to go with that. People born for the role, absolutely. Maybe even designed for the role. I don't know what. people who are living. I don't even know who I am. I don't know what I am. So, but yeah, don't worry about that, man. Did you have a long day or something at work that you need sleep? But yeah, don't worry about that, man. I mean, that's just everything I say is going to be controversial anyway. They're absolutely every time. So that's just my view on all of this. And yeah, there's true givers everywhere. It's a greater game of life. It's the stage I put it on, and that the dodo plays a central role. Well, I think it's for me anyway. It's absolutely central, and when you have different personalities like these people at the top of their game in historic terms, even well, something to it all. Hey, no worries, Spirit. I've so many different links. I'm not even going to get around to any of the other links. I don't know where the time goes when I do this, honestly. I mean, when I came in, before I knew it, 2 hours are gone. I said, "What's going on there?" I didn't say anything yet. But I'm glad I read the story Micro Megas because a few things are occurring to me now. And once again, fabricated history. I don't give it any life itself. And ultimately, the same questions that applied then apply now. So I'll put the link to Micro Megas if you want to read it for yourself. It's only a short thing as you saw, but well worth the read. And okay, got that one. And I'll leave you with a poem then. I'm enjoying busking these days. It's just outside of anything else, just good to sing out loud. It really is. So I'm not going again tomorrow to pass a bit of time. So okay, there's a link to the story, Micro Megas, and I'll put it up in chat. But there's a million and one links. If you're into reading at all, listen, honest to God, if you're into reading at all, Jim, and you're looking for any particular information on any particular topic, that you want to get to the core of it, definitely I could search into my memory. So I left a lot of stuff alone back in 2013, 14, 15, I suppose, and just focused everything flat earth related. But if you have any topics in mind, any questions you're working on that you wouldn't mind, maybe a suggestion for a link, I definitely have a lot of links I could I could offer, I think, anyway. So, but that's up to yourself. You can just leave a link in chat or a question in chat or anything like that. I appreciate that. The world is worse for its lack of old school blokes like yourself, Pete Shea. Well, I'm not sure how old school I am. Spirit, I'm pretty young at heart, really. And again, this is like I sort of feel like a puppet here. There's definitely something lacking in what I'm doing here. It's like a one-way communication and much more vibrant and exuberant in life. I like to laugh a lot as well, so I don't do enough of that. But excellent, Jimbo. I left your comment on the screen. Fabricated characters born for the role. Jesus, Dodo. Well, I said earlier on, if you go back to the start, that Jesus is the dodo. This is exactly what he represented. This is what the dodo represents, right? The decapitated tree of life, the Son of Man. Son is S-U-N, so S representing the divided state. Yeah. So we shall overcome, right? Kingdom come awaits. Receive your communion. Same story has been told. How do we fix ourselves? How do we unravel, unwind, untwist ourselves? Well, in the name of the Father, in the name of the Son. I'm off screen. Let me go back. Right. So in the name of the Father and the Son, right down here to your gut, and the whole E, Spirit. Amen. Amen. Right? What's in an amen? What's in a name? Amen, be men, see men. So, yeah. this is where the external and internal are intricately linked, and that's why Jesus is the Son, but Jesus is within as well. So yeah, okay. Listen, I've been on long enough, and yeah, some interesting things as usual to connect or to consider. None of these things are going away. None of these things are going away. They still remain as pertinent as ever, as far as I'm concerned, anyway. So okay, let me get it first now. Okay, friends. I want to thank you again for tuning in, and I want to especially thank Nate, um, Proficient Pirate, for joining me for a brief chat, and hopefully we'll have more of those. Yeah, until the next time, I'm going to leave you with another poem, this time by another Irish author, B. Yeats, William Butler Yeats, and it's called The Fisherman. So until the next time, friends, take care. The Fisherman by W.B. Yeats. Although I can see him still, freckled man who goes to a grey place on a hill in grey Connemara clothes at dawn to cast his flies. It's long since I began to call up to the eyes this wise and simple man. All day I'd looked in the face what I had hoped it would be, to write for my own race and the reality. Living men that I hate, dead man that I loved, the craven man in his seat, the insolent, unreproved, a known knave brought to book, who has won a drunken cheer, the witty man in his joke aimed at the commonest ear, the clever man who cries the catch cries of the clown, the beating down of the wise, and great art beaten down. Maybe a 12 months since, suddenly I began in scorn of this audience, imagining a man with his sun-freckled face and grey Connemara cloth, climbing up to a place where stone is dark with froth, and the down turn of his wrist, when the flies drop in the stream, a man who does not exist, a man who is but a dream, and cried, before I'm old, I shall have written him one poem maybe as cold and passionate as the dawn. Okay, thanks again, friends, and I love you, my Steve.